479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, "What is the meaning of life?" But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter
Feel confident your taxes are done right with TurboTax Live Experts. 100
home shop on the northwest side that's experienced multiple burglaries was broken into again overnight.
WGN's Christine Flores spoke with the owner of the shop. She's in Jefferson Park with more.
Well, good evening. Part of this storefront is now boarded up, and unfortunately, this isn't the first or the second time this business has been targeted during their first year in business. Surveillance video captures the moment 3 suspects break into Urban City Smoke Shop in Jefferson Park. Chicago police responded to the burglary in the 4800 block of West Foster Avenue around 12:30 Tuesday morning.
I'm at a breaking point right now because, I opened up this business to be next to my father, to his liquor store. He's getting robbed, I'm getting broken into. So it's just a difficult time, difficult year.
Richard Carmion opened the shop a little over a year ago and since then has dealt with several burglaries.
So my insurance kicked me out my policy because they don't want to deal with this anymore. It's been like the 4th time actually. And it's real tough too. I'm also behind on my rent, so it's actually even being hard for me.
According to police, 3 male suspects exited a vehicle, then broke a window to the business and made entry, taking what they wanted and escaping.
Oh, they took like a bunch of random stuff that's meaningless to me. So, the more this, display case, that was a lot of money when I bought it during the pandemic. They hit me up real good for that.
The owner's father tells us the vandals took high-end cigars and tobacco. Carmion says he's not letting this be the end of his dream and he will stay open.
It's tough to recover, some businesses can't even recover after break-ins, it's I know a lot of people that can't even recover after stuff like this, so just tough.
Carmion says aside from keeping his doors open, he will also open up an online store. Now at this time, no one is in custody. Area 5 detectives are investigating. Reporting in Jefferson.
Ooh.
A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the Master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the Master, I have used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the Master, since the Master is essentially us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have ironically done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths, but their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, For complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao Te Ching. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source.
Is it possible
This source
to schedule
is called
anyone
darkness.
for Tuesday,
darkness
Wednesday,
within
or
darkness,
Wednesday, Thursday? Best wishes.
the gateway to all understanding. 2.
Prefer to try and keep my
When people see some things as beautiful,
2 days this week.
other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore, the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. Five. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle. Things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. "23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. "28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness, thus it is truly great. "35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible." 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things Yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. "39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. "41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity, which is more important? Money or happiness, which is more valuable? Success or failure, which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. "48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. "49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. "50. The Master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work." 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. 52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. all things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. "56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. 60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. The giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, You accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself. You reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your three treasures and become an enemy yourself. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart. Because he has given up helping, he is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing. By not dominating, the master leads.
Just our being together here is such grace. So much blessing for one birth. Just as last evening, Hari described how as Larry, with a sore leg from a fall during a morning ritual under LSD. And despite the subway ride, and despite the fact that nobody would join him to go, he still found himself going to hear Swami Satchidananda in New York City, and he said he was already working on me, that he could overcome my tamasic nature to get me to go through all that to get to him. You certainly cannot believe any less of this moment that forces are afoot in every one of our lives that brings us here. It is not by chance that we happen to meet. It's interesting to examine that chance occurrence, because it's certainly easy at the moment when it's all beautiful to say, what grace, what a blessing. Certainly the Guru is smiling upon me to have allowed me to have satsang again. And the reason it's worth examining is to see if the concept of some overriding plan can become such a dominant theme in our consciousness that when the drama changes, when the melodrama gets heavy, when you've just fallen from the tree, you can equally say, what grace. Oh, thank you. Swami Ramdas is reported to have said, when he had been thrown out of a temple one night and had to sleep by the riverbank where the mosquitoes were particularly fierce, and thus he couldn't sleep at all, he kept saying, oh, thank you, Ram, for coming in the form of mosquitoes to keep me awake so I could remember you. In the Ramayana, there are two places in the Tulsidas version where Ram makes it very clear that unless one honors Shiva, one cannot come to Ram. Now, Ram is an incarnation of Vishnu, generally connected with the preserving and maintaining and very loving and supportive forces in the world. Shiva, on the other hand, is often connected, associated with the chaotic or destructive or unpredictable or what are often called the malevolent forces in the world. And Ram says, unless you honor Shiva, you cannot come to me. There's a temple right at the very tip of India called Rameshwaram. It's where Ram did puja to Shiva before going across to Ceylon, to Sri Lanka, to rescue Sita, his wife. It's interesting to reflect on what does it mean to honor Shiva. It's so easy when you get high in a situation, whether it's satsang or whatever, meditation, and you say, oh, I feel the presence. I'm being given grace. But what about when you're despairing and you don't feel the presence? You think that's any less grace? Last night, Hadi said one thing which I guess I disagree with the sort of attitude that he reflected. He said he was doing karma yoga a lot because he guessed he was just too gross to do any other form of yoga. I must say that I shared that opinion about Karma Yoga. When I went to India last time in 1970, I went in order to meditate, in order to get holy. I had been lecturing and teaching in America and doing whatever my hypocritical poor light would allow. And my own hypocrisy overwhelmed me, and it drove me back to the feet of my guru. I was just drunk for satsang. I was hooked. I needed to get back to my connection. And my plan was to check in with him, get his blessing, and then go to a cave, which he would bless me to do. This was my mind, okay? And there I would sit with his blessing, and I would meet Babaji, and I would meet Buddha, and I would meet Christ, and I would hang out with the astral team. And they would give me all the secrets. And maybe I'd go north to the edge of Tibet, and I would get some deep teachings from the Tibetans. And I would take deep meditation practices on various visualization exercises. I might even be walled into a building for 3 years, 3 months, 3 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 3 seconds. And I thought, when I come back to America next time, boy, it's going to be different. I'm not going to be just a phony yogi. I'll be really the real thing. And I went to, with the group that was together at that time, I went to Bodh Gaya, where Buddha got enlightened. Seemed like a good place to start, because I couldn't find my guru, because he was, as he is wont to do, so we all enrolled in these courses, these 10-day courses, and we took a series of them. And it was very intense and very austere. And we learned how to cheat and cut corners, but it still was pretty fierce. And there was no doubt that some headway was made in that meditation. But after about 4 of the courses, I could see that the slippage was increasing considerably. And that the thing that was missing was that my heart was very dry in that situation. I couldn't open my heart. And just at that time, I had been invited to Shivaratri with Swami Muktanand in Delhi. And I thought, wow, a good Shiva festival, that'll really get me moving again. But I didn't really want to just walk out on the meditation, because I felt that's kind of a cop-out. I mean, here I came to meditate, and I'm walking out, to go dance and sing, like any sloppy bhakti would do. So I entered into an arrangement with the most essence meditation teacher that during the monsoon, I found out where he would be up in the mountains, and we made a survey. We went up there in advance, and we found another house that would hold 3 people, and we rented and had to fix up the house, put a new roof on, new water system. Got the house all ready. And I arranged that when he went off for the summer, for the summer monsoon, 3 of us would go, and we would be with him, 4 of us, 3 or 4 of us. And we would just get all this intense training in meditation. And I thought, well, as long as I've organized and prepared for it, now I can go dance and sing, because I can do my sort of sloppy stuff, because I'm really going to do the work later. Well, on the way to Shivaratri, it turned out that we met Maharaji, my guru. And in my puffed up pride, I said to him, like a good little boy reporting his and this house, and I'm going to meditate. And I told him this whole story with a question mark at the end, like, aren't I good? Or isn't that wonderful? Or isn't this just what you want? And his answer was, if you desire it. Well, that left me hanging. Because what he was saying is, you want an ego trip? Go ego trip. Now, I couldn't understand that. What self-respecting guru would say that meditation was ego tripping? I mean, that seemed like the height of profanity, yogic profanity. So I thought, well, he's just a silly old man, and he doesn't really understand. And maybe he's saying something much more profound that I'll only understand later after I've meditated. So I'm going to do it anyway. I said, humbly. So when the time arrived, I went up there. I was so happy to get to this place because up until then, everywhere I'd gone, there were always Westerners. And it turned out I was always hanging around Westerners and after all, you don't go to India to hang out with Western consciousness. And I was always hanging around Westerners who were looking to me for something or other, which seemed absurd. I mean, they come to the well to drink, and then they're looking to polluted water they brought from the city. You know, I mean, it's so bizarre. But there's a certain culture shock in India, and it's nice to have something to cling to, and I was sort of in. So I went to the mountains, and I was so happy. I was finally away from all of them. Right? And that draggy having to be with them and answer and deal with the stuff all day. And I put away all the musical instruments and all the bhakti schmaltz, and I was going to settle down for serious business that was going to bring me to God. You got the set of the mind? Well, when I arrived there, within about 2 or 3 days, Westerners, other than the 3 people that had been invited, started to trickle in. First 3, then 5, then 8, then 11, until there were about 20 others. And they all said, I said, what are you doing here? Because I thought we were hiding out and we kept it really secret. And they all said, well, Maharaji sent us. He said, go be with Ram Das. So we took over a hotel in the town. But I stayed up in the house with the group up there, and I wouldn't have anything to do with the people down there. I said, look, if you're in the town, that's up to you, but come down and visit every week, but that's all. I don't want anything to do with any. I'm here for serious business. Well, then, another week went by, and the teacher didn't show up. And a letter comes from him saying, unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond my control, I will not be able to come this summer. Now I could see whose big hand was behind that. There wasn't any doubt about that. So we arranged to take over the Gandhi ashram in the town. We all moved into the ashram, and we ended up having an ashram for the summer. We all disciplined ourselves. We read the Ramayana and fasted and meditated and lived in silence. We had a very profound, good summer together. Very beautiful, holy place. You know, Now, the next component in that training program that is an answer to Hari's point last night was when I got to India this last time, when I was with my guru, he said, "Who do you want to see when you're in India?" And I said, "Well, I'd like to see Anandamayi Ma, because to see the mother, to have the darshan of the mother, wow." He says, "Acha, that's good. Who else?" I said, "I don't want to see anybody else, just you." So he said to me, "See Lama Govinda." I said, "Lama Govinda?" I said, "I've already seen Lama Govinda." I said, "He's a very nice man. He's a good German scholar. He's a wonderful Lama, and that's lovely. And he's written some incredibly good books. But, you know," and he says, "See Lama Govinda." So that was that. So I kept stalling. And then I heard that he was going to be leaving for Dallas. So Krishna Das, who's going to be playing the drums with me this afternoon, and Annapurna and I went over to visit Lama Govinda. Just to put a little flesh on the bones, just to give you a little feeling for the little divine play in the whole dance. Let me tell you the story in the rich way, rather than the bare bones part. Because the means and the ends are one, by the way, so there's no conclusion in anything I say. It's just like hamburger, it just keeps coming out. We had included a picture of my guru and Lama Govinda in the Be Here Now production. And in the picture was also Lee Gautami, Lama Govinda's Shakti, his wife. And she had taken the picture on an automatic camera, and we had cut her off in the one we had used in the book. And since we were not acknowledging anybody's contributions, we didn't acknowledge that she had taken the picture. And since all her pictures had stamped on the back of them, taken by Lee Gautami, we knew she might have a slight investment in this matter. And I expected to get a little flack from her about this when I should see her. Now, there was a little additional matter that Lama Govinda had written a letter to an editor of Newsweek in Chicago, who had photostated it and sent it on to me, in which he said, "These Westerners go to India and they take the first guru that comes along. They're so hot to get a guru. Take Dick Albert." He went and he got hooked up with his second-rate mind reader. So now I knew that, see. So I figured if Lee Gautami gives me any trouble about the picture, I will discuss second-rate mind readers, but otherwise I won't do it, see. I mean, I'm not going to just start out with, I just have a little thing in restored. Yogic love, it's just the social dance. So the time came for taking pictures, which it does at most of Lama Govinda's scenes. And I said, "Well, I'll stay inside. We'll stay inside. You go ahead." And Lee Gautami says, "No, you've got to be in the picture too. I'm going to get back at you for..." She just did it. So as we were standing posing for the picture, Lama Govinda and I, with some other people, I turned to him and I said, "Do you really think he's a second-rate mind reader?" That's all. I just looked right at him. Well, he went through just long enough to go through the chain to realize that he had just been had. And he lit up, and we looked at each other with total love. We had just broken through all the formalities, And from then on, our relationship was totally joyful. So that evening, the five of us sat together after the other guests had left, and his mind was beautiful. It was like an exquisite crystal, like a beautiful jewel, very clear mind. Now, he represented to me the kind of meditative jnana yoga, the intellect and meditation aspects of yoga, which to me have always been the manly, tough forms of yoga, see, as opposed to the bhakti and karma things, which are what you do if you can't do anything else. See, if your mind's too gross to do anything else. So I said to him, Lama Govinda, what is it you want me to do? Do you want me to go and to study, do visualizations? What is it you'd like now? What kind of Maharaj, he sent me to you. He must have sent me to you for teaching. I now take you as my teacher. Tell me what to do next. I said, I can go on with my Southern Buddhist meditation or my going to Northern Buddhism. I've been interested in the Nyingmapa, and I can go on with my Padmasambhava mantra, or what do you suggest? I sat as a seeker. And he said, no, you don't understand at all. He said, I've looked at your book and all that. He said, your path is the path of the heart. And he said, your heart is opening. It's all happening to you. You don't have to do anything. Now, he said that, and I wouldn't hear it, see. I said, oh, I know all that. But tell me, what should I do? See? Because you certainly couldn't assume you don't do anything. And he says, no, you don't understand. He said, you're doing your path already. So, now, coming from him, see, I mean, it's one thing if a bhakti says to you, go be bhakti. You say, sure, he's protecting his own investment. But when Lama Govinda, he's got to go against everything he ever talks about, roughly, to tell me to do that when I've asked him for teaching. So in a way, it was incredible that Maharaji would send me to Lama Govinda to get him to tell me that my yoga, see, was bhakti. That was part of it, bhakti. So I began to reassess. You know, bhakti yoga, it took on a new dimension for me now. I mean, it was going to be respectable. I wanted to call you that. So later when I was sitting with Maharaji, I would say to him things like, Maharaji, how do you awaken Kundalini? I mean, just a question in the passing of the day, you know. And he'd say, feed everybody. Feed everybody. I mean, I'm ready for pranayam and Vastrika. Feed everybody. Maharaji, how do I get finished? Love everyone. And all he kept instructing me was, and all of us, was love, serve, remember. Love, serve, remember. Now, I couldn't help but break up over the cosmic joke that I should go to India, to the deep, dark, mysterious East, to learn the secrets that will bring man to final realization, to bring them back home to the primitive tribes in the outer lands. Right? And I come back bearing the gift of 3 words, love, serve, and remember, which have already been hanging around here for years, as I seem to recall Christ reminding us. And in the 2 years I was in India, I think in total, there were 14 days when I was not surrounded with Westerners, doing exactly the same thing I do in the United States. So what I was forced to recognize was I was forced to do what we call a figure ground reversal. Because when I saw hanging out and talking about God with people as was what you do until you do the real thing. And now I had to flip it over and see that maybe that was the real thing. And all the other things were support systems. Now, faced with the possibility that the rest of this incarnation, or at least at this time, my dharma was to do karma yoga and bhakti yoga, I started to examine the nature of these yogas a little more carefully, since I was stuck with them, apparently. And I must say, I shared that little tone of that quality in the way Hari put that, although I'm not attributing to him that he shares that opinion, but the tone that I got from the way he said it, that you're so gross, you just do karma yoga, bhakti yoga. It's sort of, we used to think of very gentle paths, like going to church on Sunday is a very gentle path. Then there are steep paths like Zen Buddhism, where you just sit and think of nothing. And most people can't stand that because that's too steep. They need a support system like a god or something or a church or a ritual to cling to. And there are these different steepnesses of path. And karma yoga has always been connected with doing good, gray ladies serving in hospitals, and, sort of a nice, gentle way to come to God over the next 10,000 incarnations. So a deeper study of the Bhagavad Gita, which of course is the text for karma yoga, among other yoga. And I entered full steam into karma yoga. Figured, well, if it's my yoga, then I'll do it. Now, when I came back to America in 1972, I was living not in time. I was going to live like my guru lives. He's just somewhere until he isn't there anymore, and then he goes somewhere else. You never know when he'll be there or when he won't. I figured I'll live outside of time, because time was really scaring me about the West. Schedules, and you're going to lecture Thursday night at 8, like Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. And many hundreds of people are going to be expecting your consciousness to get them off at 9 o'clock on Saturday. So everything you did Friday night, everything you did Thursday, Friday, if you had a lustful thought on Wednesday, that was going to affect Saturday morning. So you had to watch it. You had to get so programmed. And if you had 2 a week, it wiped out the whole week. You had to just sort of sit like in a straitjacket to just stay together enough. And I was like, time was my enemy. I was always like afraid to let go. So I thought, look, I'm not going to live in time. I'm just going to live. I'll just be where I am. People would call me from New York to New Hampshire, and they'd say, will you be there tomorrow afternoon? I want to come see you. Meaning, will you be holy tomorrow afternoon at 2? I'd say, I don't know. They'd say, well, what do you mean you don't know? I'd say, well, I don't know where I'll be tomorrow afternoon at 2. Meaning, not only I don't know where I'll be geographically, but I don't know where I'll be in terms of my consciousness, because my consciousness, unlike Swamiji's consciousness, is not nice and even and smooth and together. I'll tell you, I'm not going to be the only one to do karma yoga this morning. I'll tell you that. My mind is a little bit like a roller coaster, and it's not any roller coaster that you ride the same route each time. Each time it's a different route, so you can't tell if you get really it's all pouring going through you, and everybody looks at you and they see the highest light, and you say, oh boy, all I gotta do is keep cool, and this is the way it's gonna be, and I can just be the transmitter. And so you make a plan for tomorrow at 3. Tomorrow at 3 comes, and somebody drives up the driveway, and you think, oh God, do I have to see them? Oh God. I want to see Perry Mason on television. I want to see these people. Now, I don't want to see Perry Mason, but I do want to see Perry Mason. See? Because I want to see Perry Mason, I hate these people driving up the driveway. And I don't want to hate them because I'm a holy man. I want to watch them hate them. So I thought, okay, I'm going to change all that. I'm only going to be holy when I feel holy, right? People come and I don't feel like seeing them, I'll say, go away. Or I'll just disappear. Or whatever. I just won't be holy unless I feel like being holy. When I'm holy, I'll be really holy. Because I was tired of being a phony holy man. Because if they're driven from Ohio, see? And they come to see Ram Dass. And they walk in, and you wait the last minute, turn off the television set, and you rush out. And you light an incense and candle, and you sit down. And they come in and you say, welcome. Well, that kind of hypocrisy, you can only live with yourself so long. I mean, it's just too heavy. It's just too ugly. It's just too horrible. So, and my guru had kept saying to me, tell the truth. Tell the truth, Ram Dass. He kept catching me not telling the truth. That was really little things, I'll just give you a little quick example. I've mentioned this in lectures in the past. Once I won't tell the whole story, just a little part of it. A judge, a high Supreme Court official from Uttar Pradesh came to have Maharaji's darshan. And we were sitting on the outer rim, the Westerners, and the Indians were in close, and which alternated from day to day. And Maharaji gave this high court official a tremendous buildup about what an important man I was in America, which he had never done, and I never even thought that it was remotely relevant to anything he and I did together. He said, ex-professor, big university, and he just full of lies, incredible stuff. And he snowed the official, Finally, the official, with great awe, really, because turned around and he said, well, I'm honored to meet you. And I said, well, how do you do? He says, perhaps you'd like to visit the High Court. Now, in truth, I had no desire whatsoever to visit the High Court. I come from a family of lawyers. I've been in courts, and I didn't go to India for that particular trip. So I said to him, well, that would be very nice. So he said, well, tomorrow at 10? So I thought, So I said, well, you'll have to ask my guru, figuring he'll get me off the hook. So he says, Maharaji, can Ram Dass visit the High Court tomorrow at 10? Maharaji says, if he says it'll be very nice, it'll be very nice. So he's pointing like this, like, watch it, baby. Tell the truth. Just little ones, little social, those little white ones, those didn't hurt anybody, There was a woman with him one day, and he came up and he said, do you remember her? And I said, oh, yes, and I didn't. And he said, yes, she's Dada's sister-in-law. And Dada's from Allahabad. So I said, oh, yes, we met in Allahabad. She says, no, we met right here. I said, oh. Maharaji went like that. It's just these little ones. He was always getting me. You know, like, tell the truth, babe. Come on, tell the truth. Truth gets you high. Tell the truth. So I thought when I came back to America, I'll just be straight. If I'm not feeling high, I won't make believe, you know. I was trying to get very, very straight. Okay, so it came, I sort of floated around the country just being wherever I was, and when I felt really together and like it was clear and I was calm and centered and loving and had something to offer, I was with people and it was beautiful. And I could feel Guru's grace coming through on people, and then when I wasn't, I just went off and, you know, read and studied. Then I decided, I had just done 4 or 5 lectures with Allen Ginsberg as benefits for Trungpa Rinpoche, and I decided those were in time. Those were the first things I had done in time. And then I thought I'd go into a retreat for a month. So I rented a cabin in Tucson, Arizona, in the mountains south of it. Which had a kitchen, refrigerator, stove, beds. It was a bird estuary, so there were lots of bird lovers. Those were the only people there. Me and bird lovers, so I was not relevant in their universe. So it was a certain kind of privacy, even though there were other cabins. I walked into this place and found, to my dismay, that the one other thing that the cabin had was a television set. Now, I had gone in to do a prayer. I was going to do a prayer for 30 days, which was the Sutra of the Third Chinese Patriarch of Zen, which is just a little tiny booklet, and I was just going to work with that for 30 days. But I spent the first 8 days, roughly 12 hours a day, looking at television. Now, after I looked at television for the first day, see, I was so horrified that I might spend the next 29 doing it, that I took a screwdriver out of my car and I unwired the television set. And I put it in the closet. And I put a blanket over it. I put it way behind my bag and everything. And I closed the door and I sat down. And around 5:30, I thought, well, I could just look at the news. So I took the television set out, wired it up again, looked at the news, and suddenly it was 1 a.m, right? Three or 4 cans of beer later. Now, it's very hard to think of that as sadhana. However, in that cabin, besides the television set and all the food that I had filled the refrigerator with, and the bed and the bathtub that I could take frequent baths in, and all the different ways I could play in my sensual delights, there was also my consciousness sitting in that cabin saying, far out. Imagine that, you know? You gonna tell anybody about this one? I mean, sitting me with that guy that said, gee, I think if I take the broccoli and put some of that spaghetti sauce over it, it'll be, and bake it, it'll be just like a pizza. And oh boy, and if I do that, you know, and then I can quick get that done quick so I can watch Kung Fu. That guy was doing his thing, and this other voice was saying, far out. Or Maharaji was saying, teek, teek, it's the way it is. Okay, right. Okay. There was the voice in me that was sitting, watching all this, just noticing it, witnessing it, watching with, at first, horror. See? Because when you meet Shiva in yourself, when you meet him anywhere, he's really scary. In the Shiva Stocham, it says, when Shiva dances, the beings in all three worlds tremble. In all three worlds tremble, because his dance is so violent. And when I'm sitting in there with the television set, I get in this funny predicament. I get the food ready just as the program began. This particularly happened to me not long ago when the Watergate hearings started. See, Watergate, even more than my orality, is watching Watergate, okay? And I was sitting with the Watergate hearings just began, and I had the food, but I couldn't eat the food till I consecrated it. But I couldn't stop watching Watergate long enough to consecrate it. And if I didn't consecrate it quick, the food would get cold, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't look at television and go, wrong, and I'm wrong, and wrong. I mean, it's just too shoddy,
Hey, Crystal.
Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Hey, I got some questions for you.
Okay.
Luz, your furniture package submission into PPS finalized. We'll send email with new docs and schedule a meeting to review shopping cart before final submission. I guess I don't know what all that means. I mean, who are you meeting with?
So all the docs.
For more specific information as far as like, timelines. And are you having any issues with GSA?
No, everything is fine. It's a technical difficulty to take the documents and put that into PPS and hit that submit button. I mean, it doesn't just happen by snapping my fingers, and it's very complicated. And it's a lot of information. I can do it in a couple hours, but what I'm saying in that message is I will put it all into PPS. Whoever wants to review it before I hit submit, I can send it to Christine, who is our furniture POC. I can send it to Donna and Deb and schedule with them to do the review, or I can do it with you or Tamika or whoever wants to do it. But before I hit that submit button, I want to, make sure it's actually correct.
Hey, hon.
Hi, Tamika.
Hey, hold on 1 second. I need to add Adam.
I'm chatting with Crystal right now.
Hey, hold on. Oh, you're on what? You're in a call with her?
Yeah.
Okay. What's it about the loop?
Yes.
So, Adam and I are calling you now about, and that she can move on to the next person.
Okay.
Tell her that Adam and I just called you about the loop, and that not to worry about the loop.
Okay.
Thank you. Hey, Adam. So John has to check about she's getting it.
Hi, Crystal. Tamika and Adam are on the other line. Do you want to join that call, or do you want to just chat with me after I talk to them?
I can just talk to you afterwards. I'm just trying to get her more information. So I guess she's getting the update from you right now. So we'll just go with that, okay?
Okay. Thanks, Crystal. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Hi, can you? Hi, sorry.
Go ahead and I don't know.
John.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Crystal, I had to chat with Crystal for 20 seconds.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you.
That's okay. So we're talking about Duluth. So Duluth, did you do it? You did an RWA for Duluth?
Yes.
Okay, so what about the PPS? Did you do the PPS before you did the RWA?
No, he didn't. I can tell you the answer to that. That's the problem. There's no PPS done, and the reason why the PPS couldn't have been done is because the request for TM concur funding was not done. And the reason why I know that is I just did it today when I went into the STAR tool. Okay. So GSA is starting to bill us for this work, John, and you have no money. So the RWA was done, but you sent me the RWA. You didn't send it through finance.
Okay, so I know that I in the STAR tool I have requested the funds. However, in terms of I guess the next steps after that, if what you're saying is correct, then it's correct.
You couldn't have requested. I mean, you may have requested the funds, but it didn't go anywhere, John, because you didn't have my concurrence on it. So even if it would have gone, and I don't know if it will even let you do I don't know where it goes. It might just be in Never Never Land, whatever. So go in right now, make sure that all of your documentation is located on so you got the GSA cost estimate, all that information that's needed to be uploaded to the building and projects page. Then you can go ahead and request the initial funds because I've already done your TM concur. I just did it this morning.
Okay.
So typically what'll happen is whenever a PM is ready to start the project, they've got the cost estimate from GSA. They'll email me and they'll say, hey, Adam, I need you to go into this STAR tool and do a TM concur on the funds. I'll hit the TM concur button. Once I do that, the PM will go in and initiate the initial funds. And then an email gets sent to me. And I go in on the ledger and I approve or concur your request. It goes to finance and that's how you get your money.
Okay.
So when was the request for funds initiated that you just signed off on? When was that done?
I can
The
search.
one that I just signed off on?
Yeah.
It was, I don't know when it was done, but I don't know that it would have gone anywhere, Tamika, because I hadn't concurred with the funds yet.
So when did you request it, John? When was that done?
I want to say it was probably a year ago at this point.
Yeah, okay.
The RWA was signed. The RWA. So it's my fault too, Tamika, right? Because I thought whenever we were doing, I don't know, for whatever reason, I'm going back into my emails right now. I signed the RWA. That finance should sign the RWA, right? And so whenever it got brought to my attention, somehow or another, Tamika, these funds got charged to CI. Somehow or another on that RWA, John got a hold of the CI funding codes, and it shouldn't be because it's alterations, right?
Right.
What I need to know is what has GSA started doing on the project right now, because we just got a bill for a little under $40,000.
They've done nothing. They've done
What is
nothing.
that for?
They've done nothing, and it's not starting till after filing season, and there's no movement to swing space. Nothing has happened. Why there's a bill for $40,000, I don't know.
Okay. So, John, what I want to know, because we need to track this, because what happens is, like Adam was saying, when you request it, it has to go through him, and before you can do anything, you should get an email from Felicia to say that your funding was approved.
I do have that fund. I have those emails from Bob and from Patrick. I mean, I have a huge email chain on this, but I mean, it's going to take me time to search and forward what I have.
Okay, that's fine. We need to see because and then the PPS. Go ahead, Adam.
I was just going to say the funding that he may have gotten approved, the only thing that's showing up on the budget page on the STAR tool, because Sherry and I looked, and then even Sherry went into IFS to look to see if there's anything. It's only like $2,300. And it's all under 21 TV.
And I looked under PPS when you asked me about it, and I tried to pull it up in PPS, and when I pulled it up in PPS, the only thing I could see, I see that you requested funds, you requested approval, but it wasn't approved. I see that it was well, you didn't request approval, you started it, but it stayed, it never went anywhere. So that's what I'm trying to track. So yeah, we need to track what happened, because once the process went through PPS, it still had to be signed off on, but it never went through. So you didn't have the money.
Correct.
So I need you to pull all your records for that request, because I want to see your records so we can find out what happened and where the ball was dropped.
Okay.
So Tamika, did you say there was a PPS that was just sitting out there saved as like a draft?
Yeah, it's just saved, right, exactly, as a draft. It never went anywhere. So that means that there should have never been an ERITA started, there should have never been an e-reader process, because with e-reader, there should have been a PPS number attached to the e-reader.
Right, the only thing he should have been able to do in e-reader is a work request
Right,
to get the cost estimate.
right.
Okay, so can he use that PPS that's out there, Tamika, and just put new information in it, or does a whole new shopping cart need to be done?
No, he can send it, but I don't want him to send it until we know exactly what happened. Because I need to know, like, the amount of PPS that's out there is $994,560.60.
Correct. That's what the amount of the RWA is. Yes, ma'am.
And there's an attached IGCE on it. So if that's the one, then yes, that's what he can do. If that is the one,
Yes,
and
that's
that's he can go in and he can send that through for approval. But that's
What he needs to do is initial request first, right? Before you can get the PPS.
Well, I thought the initial request was already done. Isn't that, what did you sign?
I signed the TM concur. You know, on the final budget, before the initial request is done, where the TM has to concur with all the budget money. That's what I did today. So he needs to do his initial funds request so that I can approve it on that Excel spreadsheet that comes out from finance.
Okay.
Or that Briar gets, so Briar can give him the money.
Okay. Well, and we need to, and still, John, I still need to see everything, because I want to know how CI got charged. I want to know what we did with CI, because if they got charged with something, that means what happened was we did a PPS and we sent it to somebody to put their numbers on it, to put their accounting codes on it. So how did we get their codes to put on it?
I don't know that that's actually the case. I don't know how that happened. Because the 09, somehow or another, it looks like an e-Rita or wherever the 2957 came out of, it looks like the wrong button was clicked. Because you have the general 02022023, that whole long, and the last 4 is what you do for your funding. Well, that last 4 is 0913, and that is CI. So it looks like. So then when I got the emails that asked me about all of this, the only projects I pulled up for this building, because they were looking for CI, were countermeasure projects. And I said, what? This doesn't make sense. So I pulled up the RWA, and it's absolutely the one for the remodel, because completely remodel all of IRS space. Primary purpose is asbestos abatement, realign CI within existing POD space. I don't know why we put all the CI stuff in here. I mean, the recommendation is to completely remodel all IRS space. Well, that would include CI. So I don't know who would have put that 0913, but I think what happened to me is because if you look at the attached RWA on the PPS, it says under the description of requirements, it says, realign CI with existing POD space to provide appropriate and secure storage for dilute CI case inventory needs. It reads like this is a CI project only.
Right.
And that CI would be, right? So there's too much, the information that's in here is not right. It should have just been left, the recommendations completely remodel all IRS space, boom, done.
Right, well, I agree with you 100%. My question is, the reason I want the documentation is because I want to see how their numbers got there. Because even though we did the e-reader that way with CI's information there, when it came through us, we should have did the PPS, and our numbers should have went on the PPS, because our PPS should have been approved through at the time Justin, and then it should have went through Christy and Christy. Those are the people who usually put those numbers on there.
Right. See, somehow or another, when the RWA came back, John sent it to me. It didn't go to finance.
I got you.
Because if it would have gone to Christy would have caught the 0913. You see what I'm saying, Tamika? So it never went to finance. It was routed completely wrong.
Okay.
That's why we need to go ahead now. Good news, bad news, right? Since this is FY23 RWA, they're going to want FY23 money. We have the FY23 money to do it, but there's like a $39,000 and some change bill that we've already received. And from what John's saying is we shouldn't have gotten anything done because nothing has been done so far. Is that right, John?
Correct.
Yeah. So we need to find out why we're getting this. And I sent Aaron an email just so I can ask him, like, hey, what's going on with this? Because we're trying to cover this really quick, or else we're going to have yet another illegal procurement. But if nothing's been done yet, no harm, no foul. Just tell Aaron, don't do anything yet. See what I'm saying? I mean, we'll get it. They'll get you the money. It's not a problem. But you just got to go through the process.
Okay,
I
so
hope that makes sense.
so do you want? So should I go back into the Star after I confirm and the documents are uploaded into BVP and redo the initial funds request?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Please. And then what'll happen is when you hit that button, John, I'll get an email. Tamika and I get an email. So it's usually to the TM and the section chief, and then everybody that's on there, like Briar, I think Doug's on there, Patrick, Bob, they're all on that email. It'll come to me when I get it. I'll go in, concur that everything is on there, and then I send an email. It automatically generates an email to Briar and to the finance people. They'll go in and look, and then once they say okay, then boom, you'll get your money. But before we do any of that, before I sign it, I want to talk to finance to make sure if it's FY23 money. I think this one's just going to be a little bit different. But they may want you to fix that agency accounting data, John, because that 0913 is not right.
Okay.
And I think that's something that finance can do on there, and I'm not sure though.
But that's in Arita though, correct?
Right, correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna search my email for the last strings that I have with regards to
Sure.
the other initial funds
Perfect.
request and Duluth, and then I'll reread those and I'll forward those to you, and then I guess
Yeah,
we'll
perfect.
take action.
Yeah, just go ahead and do that initial request too, John.
Well, what
I would much rather you get that initial request done and let it sit in my inbox for a day or so until I can figure out. That way you're done and you're good to go. It's just a matter of me going in there and hitting the concur button.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, if I'm going to do that, but what I'm thinking is it's a duplication. What I'm saying is, I think that this request, I've already done it, and I've got it in my inbox with the email string from everybody, from Bob, from Patrick, from
Okay,
Briar.
well look, because I think that money that you're seeing is your 21 TV money, which is only a couple $1,000s. So you can certainly look and make sure that it's in there, but you wouldn't have gotten it. You couldn't have done it without me concurring with it. Now, what Patrick does in the past is he'll just go ahead and give you like travel money so you can travel on the project.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But the bulk, this $900,000, you wouldn't have gotten until I concurred
Yeah.
with the funds, and I just did that today.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Then I guess. All right.
And I would much rather be a duplicate at this point, just so that you're covered, because we're only a month out before the work is done. But just to reiterate, John, there's no work should have been started yet, so there should be no billing to the IRS as of right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Okay.
no move has happened, and whatever that bill is, I don't know if it's just their invoicing practice. You know.
Have they done any work in the swing space?
No move.
Okay.
No move has happened, and
Well, not a move, but have they done any build out?
no.
Okay. No. Okay, got it.
Yeah, we're using pre-existing furniture for the move out, for the swing space.
Okay. Well, if you can go ahead and take care of this, it's got to take like a high priority to get done, John. So as soon as you can send us that information and do that initial funding request, I think the better off we'll all be.
Okay, doing it.
What do you think, Tamika? Am I missing something? This is your area of expertise.
No, I just want him to see it in me. I want him to see
Okay.
the document because I want to be able to, I like to go back and give a backtrack to see what happened because just in case it comes up again, we can say what happened. We need to know what happened.
So why don't you guys go ahead and do that then, Tamika, if you're okay with it. Just know that we're going to need that initial funding request pretty quick.
Well, he can go ahead and do it. That's what I'm
You
saying.
doing that? Okay.
Yeah, he needs to go ahead and do the initial funding request, but I want to know what happened last year. You know, he's gonna have to go back into his records and pull that stuff up so I can see what happened and we can kind of track what happened. Because I don't know how, because like you said, CI's information is up there. Who put CI's information on there and how did it? Because we don't know those numbers. You know what I mean? So
But
that's
don't you pick those numbers and you read it? Don't you have to go through and pick all those numbers and they're asking you like what type of work it's going to be and all of that?
yeah, but that information should be off of the PPS.
Got
Because all that stuff is on the PPS. So that's fine.
Okay.
You know what happened.
it. Oh, I see what you're saying. So that's pretty much what you're telling me is that CI's accounting stream, which we would have needed for the PPS.
Yeah, so somebody would have had to do that. Somebody
But yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And that's wondering how did we get that?
Got it.
Because we don't do anything for CI, like, you know.
Not like that. Yeah, right.
I mean, as far as the accounting stream codes and why that's in there and why it's aligned to CI versus, I guess, the correct codes, whatever the correct code is. I mean, I don't know why that's in there, but
Yeah, so that's all I want you to go back and just pull out the record. So go ahead and do the initial funding request so that can be approved, and then we can go from there, and then after you do that and it's approved,
But
you go back to your e-reader, your PPS, and send that through, and then pull your documents and send your documents to me, please.
okay, so Adam, I mean, you said you approved it this morning though in Star.
No,
No, that's not what I said. I said I concurred with your amounts. There's a TF concur button on the budget page that I have to do before you can even do anything.
He approved your debt.
I approved the money.
You had the debt with the detailed estimate, and that's what he approved. He approved the debt. He approved the detailed estimate saying that that's the amount of money it's going to cost to resolve this project, to get this project done. That's
Okay.
all.
In order to get your money, you have to do an initial funding request.
Right. So yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I can pull my emails, but you know, there's the RIF button and then there's the RAF button, which is request additional funding. And I may be thinking about a different project. So let me do the emails. I have the STAR tool up, and then I'll reconvene with Tamika after I get this little analysis done. Okay.
Perfect. So Tamika, if you can just track this down, get it done pretty quick so that I can get all this information. Because there's other information that's on here too that probably goes back to when you had the project as a project manager. Tamika, do you know anything about an MOU between GSA and the IRS on the rent credits? Remember when we were doing the original asbestos abatement?
Yeah.
Do you ever recall anything? I've never heard of an MOU between us for that. Do you? I mean, you're going back 2017, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I'd have to pull my record, my emails and stuff.
Okay.
I mean, because I've pulled emails. I've had to pull emails for other stuff, and I've been able to find them. So let me just go through my email.
Perfect. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. Well, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all hopping on the call pretty quick. Thanks, John. I look forward to getting that information. Thanks, Tamika. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks,
All
Tamika. Okay, talk to you soon.
Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Crystal, thanks. Hi, Crystal. Thanks for the call. We chatted about with Raph. Which I will put into PPS today. Hi, Crystal, thanks for the call. We chatted about Riff Raff and 40,000, not the furnished bed, which I will put into PPS today. What a whiff. Duluth. There we go. Hi, Tamika. Sent you an email from Briar. /23. I will check the ATP page and re-upload. I think I sent you a note from Briar back from Seth. I will check the ATP page and re-upload. I'm trying to remember to resend it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Michael Rath. Nothing else is in- refresher. Right. Clark, Tamika D, and Adam Bill. Hello, Tamika and Adam. Okay, confirming. Right. Okay, the RAF. Damn, but it's like, I got it all approved. Oh, hell. Hello, Tamika. I would like to do that. I see IGE. It says, you know, change from Senate refresher, Brian. Completed. Hello, Tamika and Adam. I would like to Oh, I gotta go right along.
faced with these real dilemmas in doing sadhana, and I think you should recognize that this is where it really hurts, you know. This is where we live most of the time, you know, unfortunately. Well, then the next week I managed to, I would just unplug the set and put a cloth over it. I wouldn't put it in the closet. And I found I was getting a little bored, so I was only looking at television 3 or 4 hours a day. And then I got into feeding birds and studying bird names and things like that. By the third week, I was sitting a little quieter and deepening a little bit, and I could sit by the river for a few hours, and I was starting to eat more simpler food, and I was losing interest in television. And by the fourth week, I was really in pretty calm, centered space, and I was starting to feel that energy again. I was getting that place that you get when you've been here for 9 days. That connectedness, that, yeah, right, oh, that's what it's like. Wow, boy, this is the real, yeah. You all know, I'm sure. Well, while I was in there, I looked at the whole scene and I thought, you know, really, if I'm going to do karma yoga, I really should just go into it, really just go into it. And I had a big folder of places that had invited me to speak. And I just kept them in a folder and wrote back saying, I don't do that kind of thing, but if I ever do, I'll let you know. Benefits and lectures and all kinds of stuff. So I said, okay. I got the inner message because I live totally intuitively now. Because what we in the West call intuition, I would call the voice that's guiding me from within. And sometimes my intuition is a reflection of certain of my desires, and sometimes it's a reflection of a deeper voice. And I never know which one it is. And sometimes it tells me to do something, and I start to do it, and then it turns out it was just another ego trip, and it falls away. I see its impurity. And sometimes I started doing it, and it feels right on. Go, go, go. And I just stay right in this space as I'm doing it. And I know, right, that's right on. It's all a hunt and peck process of learning to hear that inner voice, because you can't hang on the coattails of the guru every minute saying, Swamiji, what do I do now? Should I sharpen this pencil now? Should I sit? What shall I do now? When I was coming to America, I said to Dada, Maharaji's devotee, I said, Dada, you're lucky. You hang around Maharaji. If you do something wrong, he's always telling you, do this, do that. I said, look at me. I'm, thousands of miles away. I can really go off the deep end, and I don't mind doing myself in karmically, but I don't really like doing other people in. That's a heavy, And I can do that because I have a lot of lust left and stuff, and I may manipulate the whole game just to make it with somebody. I don't trust me at all. See? And he went to Maharaji, and he told Maharaji this. Maharaji sent back the message, Ramdas shouldn't worry. I wouldn't let him do anything wrong. Okay. Now, how does he not let you do anything wrong? Do you think suddenly a little angel comes fluttering in and says, stop, like in fairy tales? Or no, it's the guy sitting in that cabin in Tucson saying, more kung fu, more beer, more baths, more, wow, yeah, right. It's that place in me that knows, and it's just letting me do what I need to do as I'm getting closer there. And it never lets me out of its sight. To let you in on the secret of the game from where I'm sitting perceptually, the universe that I live in has only 2 beings left in it. There is who I still think I am. Who I think I am. Okay, that's the illusion. And there's, Sam. You can call Sam God, or you can call Sam Guru, or you can call Sam whatever you'd like. I call it Guru. And as far as I can understand it, my universe, the universe of the illusion of who I think I am, exists solely for the purpose of bringing me to it, to the Guru. That is, that everything that is happening to me, that has happened to me, or that could happen to me, is a teaching being given to me as grace to bring me to the Guru. Not just sitting in satsang, but tripping on the rock as you walk down the path. Is all of it the teaching, if you can flip around and see it that way. Now, under those conditions, karma yoga takes on quite a different aspect. As I point out in the brief time that's left to me by my inner clock. So deciding to do this tour, I decided, all right, I'm really going to do it to myself. I mean, if you're going to do karma yoga, really do it. Don't just screw around, do it. So I took a big map and I laid out all these lecture dates in terms of schedule and geography, and I got to the point where I had scheduled myself to lecture in a different city every night, right, for 2 months, and then in the third month I started to loosen up a little bit. So I was only doing, say, one every 3 nights. So I started and I went up the coast of California and Washington, Seattle, and Portland, Olympia, Seattle. Everywhere I went, either Swamiji had just been or was about to be, it turned out. I get to a place and they say, you know who slept in this bed last night? But the difference between us is he doesn't do it as karma yoga, he's just doing it. Because he is it. He is the statement of the yoga. And I understood that's what karma yoga is about. Not to say I am serving, but to become the service. You become here's what happens. See, I started out, and every night, here's the routine. Every day, you get up, have your morning beverage, as it was said last night, which for me is coffee. Sometimes a bagel. Okay, then you go to the airport. You go through security, open your bags. You go and you get on an airplane and you sit in the airplane for so many hours. The plane lands, you get off the plane, you walk down the runway, gangplank, and you walk, whatever it is, and you walk into the hall, and there are these beings saying, oh, Ramdas, and you say, how do you do? And they take you pick up your bag, they take you to where you're staying. You either do some press conferences or radio stuff or meet a group, and then at 3 o'clock I take a nap because I say to everybody I have hepatitis and I have to protect my liver, and I go to nap for a few hours, then I get finished. Then there is dinner, which is usually some kind of a satsang gathering, very beautiful potluck thing somewhere, and we all get together. It's very lovely. Around 7:30, move to the lecture hall. I sit down, tune up the tambura or get the Shruti box ready, whatever it is. Work with the musicians that have gathered to help me out. 8 o'clock I start. At 11 or 12 I stop. I'm delivered back to the hotel or motel or room. I take my peanut butter and crackers and my milk, drink that, look at the late news, go to bed, get up the next morning, meditate for a few minutes, have my coffee, go to the airport, go through security, get on the plane, get off the plane, pick up my bag, say hello, namaste. Have you got the microphone? I prefer a mini boom because I have a beard, and when the lavalier is there, you can't hear through the beard. Oh, yes, I understand. I need a cushion because, yes, of course, take the rest, go have supper, go to the lecture. Next morning, get up, have your coffee, go to the airport, go through security. It's no different than working at a lathe. See? You know, every day you get up and you lecture. Now, what happens is, I saw that the only way to survive, I started to get sicker and sicker and sicker, first of all, because the schedule was grueling. And by the time I got to Vancouver, I didn't have any voice, which was funny. I mean, I was about to head for Anchorage, Alaska, and I didn't have any voice left to speak. And I was sitting over a hot vaporizer and, doing the whole thing, mantra and everything. I was saying to Maharaji, what do you have in mind now? It's pretty far out. How am I going to speak without a voice? And he had said to me in India, he says, there's going to come a time when you're not going to want to lecture anymore. And I kept repeating that to myself, and I kept saying, this must be the time. But I still wanted to do it. Because quite honestly, what I'm working with is power and fame and all these worldly things that are connected with exactly when Swamiji said, who doesn't know Ram does? Of course, everybody applauds. And what am I supposed to go through then? Like it's... Like if 40 people come to see me at a day in the farm in New Hampshire, I get stoned out of my head from the satsang, and I walk in and my father says to me, had a pretty good crowd today. Like he's counting cars, see? I mean, that's a cultural background that I come out of, And I've got to work with that all the time. That's my work. You got to understand what karma yoga really is. It's working with your desires right in the middle of the fire, right in the field. It's dying into the thing. It's dying into the service. So that I realized that the only reason I was getting fatigued and wiped out and physically run down was because I still wanted something. Like after a beautiful satsang, I'd be just hardly in my body. I'd just be sort of floating around, and we'd all be staying. Nobody wanted to go home, that place where nobody wants to sleep. Somebody would come up and say, I have a beautiful place just a few miles out of town, and there'll be about 10 of us, and we'll cook a beautiful thing. Why don't you come on back now? It's around 12 o'clock at night. Now, I know if I go back, that's at least till 4 in the morning. Next morning, there's the airplane, the security, the coffee. That's not going to change. See? So I realized that as long as I desired to go, and I'd say to them, I wish I could go, but I can't. And I remembered, that's what I hated about time. Time kept making me turn off life. And then I thought, no, time is merely making me turn off my desires. All I have to do is just desire to become the pure instrument of service, that's all. I'm going to become like one of those 747 planes. Not like the pilot, but like the plane. Somebody gets in the plane and moves it from here to here. It doesn't say, oh boy, I'm flying to New York. Or I bet I'll be big in Denver. It's just an airplane. You move it from here to there and it does its thing. It goes, and it just flies. And I recognized that for me to understand the exquisiteness of karma yoga was going to mean that I could do this every single day until there was nobody doing it at all. It was just being done every day. So every day there was just the moving, the flying, and it was all silent. There wasn't one tiny bit of it. You come up to the security guard and the guard sees you as a potential bomber. That's Maharaji. That's my guru, who's just taken through central casting, gone to the costume department, and he's come out as the guard, and he's saying to you, well, see if you can see through me this time. See? Do you know I'm God in here, or do you think I'm a security guard? Are you so paranoid that you're busy reacting, saying, I'm not the bomber, I'm not the bomber? I'm a nice guy. And everybody I meet every day is the guru in drag, as far as I'm concerned. Okay? And the sickness and the fatigue and all of it is the grace. It's all the grace. It's all the grace. It's all the grace. There is nothing left in my life other than teachings that are going to bring me to God. It's the only game in town. Nothing else has any meaning. What else am I going to make meaningful? Just as I make it meaningful, Like I'm busy watching the Watergate. I can't wait for Dean to get on the stand. You know? And at the same moment, I'm sitting inside saying, you can't wait for Dean to get on the stand. Because let me tell you that once that thing has happened enough to bring you into this room, as far as I'm concerned, it's all over. Now it's the mopping up operation, which may take many lifetimes. It's all purification from here on out. It's just cleaning up. It's getting your body together, getting your heart open, getting your mind calmed down. And understanding that a conscious being recognizes that she or he has taken birth, and the function of an incarnation is to end suffering. And that means wherever it exists, on any plane it exists at. And you recognize that the optimum thing you to do to end suffering is to work on yourself. And how you work on yourself depends on your dharma. What is your route through? And for me, my work on myself is through doing what I'm doing this minute. If I think I'm doing this, I've still got a way to go. Until this is just being done, and I'm just as much part of the audience as you are. Am I attached to being the speaker? Am I looking for the rush of your appreciation? Now, the honoring of Shiva is now 5 minutes past. I will allow us 5 more minutes. The honoring of Shiva, it's easy when you talk about Shiva, you know, over there in India, with his ashes and his, you know, all his buddies he hangs out with that are so scary, you know, and his wife, oh my God, Kali, wow, wow, jeez, far out. That's easy. Then you can bring it over here and you say, well, like, look at pollution and look at lying and stealing in government, and look at murder and paranoia and rape, and oh boy, that's cheap. But get a little closer still when you're ready, and realize that in you are all those forces as well. The Bhagavad Gita is talking about an inner battle. An inner battle. The battle between that voice that says kung fu and broccoli with some sauce on it, and the guy that says, I want to watch kung fu and I want the broccoli. That's the battle, those two guys. And that goes on and on and on and on, and everything you do, you know, people come to me and they say, should I do this or do that? And I know that as a good yogi, I'm supposed to say good yogic things like, do this, or stand on your head, or something like that. But I must honestly admit, what I mainly say to people, it doesn't matter. Because whatever you do, you'll do as consciously or as unconsciously as you are. Do it all to bring yourself to God. Don't get caught in the form you're going to do it in. Just do it. And as you come closer to God, you find out, in fact, there are only certain things you can do, because you can't do things which increase illusion. You can't do things which increase suffering. You just can't do them because they're just too absurd. It's like taking needles and sticking them in your hands. Why are you going to do them? If I screw you, I'm just screwing myself. Who am I hurting? It's only us. That's where I'm sitting. I've got this little economic story that's fun. It's just a little fun image to play with. I've talked about before, my father heard that we were putting out some records very cheaply, and we were trying to lower prices of things and doing everything very economically, and that I was not trying to collect it or amass money. And he says, what's the matter? Are you against capitalism? This is the ex-president of a railroad, right? So I said, no, Dad, I'm not against capitalism. For you, I think it's great. It's just not my style. He says, I don't understand you. I said, well, that I understand. It's interesting, we love each other incredibly, even though we're on different trips, because compassion doesn't mean you lay your trip on anybody else. It means you become it so perfectly that you become the light that draws. You don't go out and say, come on, Dad, wake up. But I said, I'll try to share with you, since you don't understand, I'll try to explain. I said, didn't you just try a case for Uncle Henry? He's a lawyer. He says, yeah. I said, you win it? He says, damn right I did, and it was a tough case. I said, boy, you worked a lot on it. He says, I sure did. I said, I bet you charged him a big fee. He says, of course not. It's my brother-in-law. I said, well, that's my predicament. Everybody's my brother-in-law. Like, who am I going to rip off? And he could hear that. See, he could hear that out of a Jewish middle-class background. He could hear family you do one thing with, and them you do something else with, see? And if he's mashugana enough, so the whole thing is his family, that's, you know, he's a good kid anyway, you know. In conclusion, when you leave this place and this blessing, this mitzvah, when you leave this, I can assure you that you will come down. And I can further tell you, although you may forget it, that that is as much of the teaching as this is. And the down and up is all part of the dance. And the game is not to get high, but the game is to be. And be includes highs and lows until you're no more attached to your high than you are to your low. There's bliss, there's depression. Right? There it all is. There's the whole panorama of Maya. All the positive states and negative states. It's all more stuff. Divine stuff, the Leela. And in it all, here we are. Here we are. And the meaning of honoring Shiva is to give space to all these forces, to recognize them, to allow their being, to not try to shove them under the rug. There is a terrible habit we have of getting holy too fast. Intellectually, we know where holy is, and we figure out, well, I want to be like Swamiji, so I'll put on those clothes and I'll act like that. And you do it from outside in. You can't do this game from outside in. You can play at it, but you're going to keep that inner voice is going to keep being horrified by your hypocrisy. And then you say, well, I'm really nowhere. And the statement, I'm really nowhere, is the recognition of being somewhere. That is it. See, people come to me and say, I'm no good, I'm depressed, or I hate everybody. And I said to them, well, if you hated everybody, you wouldn't tell me you hate everybody. Yeah. It's that story I've told about. I am now 2 minutes over because I have lack of self-control. It's nearly over, it's okay. I'm really right. Some years back at Millbrook, a girl called in the middle of the night, and she had taken some mysterious chemical and in Los Angeles, and she was freaked. And she called up, and she got me in the line, and she said, I've gone crazy, and I'm going to kill myself, and I'm insane. And she laughed hysterically, and she did it. She showed me she was insane. And I said to her, well, who dialed the phone? You know, the 4 digits and the 3 digits and the 3 digits and the 1 digit and gave the number and the whole thing. She said, I did. I said, well, would you put her on the phone because you're crazy? So let me say that once you have tasted, once you've touched, once the connection's been made, once we have acknowledged each other's existence, once we know we're here, you can't get away. You can't get away. You may go under really deep and feel, I've lost it. And then you'll see yourself standing there, I've lost it. And you'll break up. Oh, have I lost it? Oh, am I depressed? You know. You get bored. Oh, I'm bored. Oh, I'm so bored. Oh, I'm bored. See, and then you let yourself be bored. Oh, I'm still bored. So bored. I'll try to meditate. Now I'm bored with that. Oh, now I'm bored. I'm bored. Oh, I'm so bored. Oh, and everything's boring. Nothing's. Yeah. And then you become totally bored. And if you become bored, then it's done. Right. See, the game is if you're so afraid of all the Shiva forces, you keep pushing them away. They keep clinging. It's very interesting to use the golden chain to pull yourself out of the mud. What's called the Satwik chain of being good and pure and doing good and pure things. It's good to help you get out of a lot of other stuff. But remember, you're holding on to a chain, and that chain can bind too. And to get caught in good and evil, while you're using good and evil as a method, just remember that behind good and evil we are. Behind good and evil we are. Shiva and Ram are two more faces of that which is indescribable and unknowable and unseeable, but only beable. It's really very, very good to be with all of us. And I guess this afternoon, after a few more rounds of the drama, we will sing together. Namaste. Well, this is the second of the Seasons of Our Lives conferences that I've attended. And I'm again impressed with Bill's courage in bringing together such a potpourri of presenters. While my vehicle is words, I don't really believe anything I say, because the nature of my work concerns the spaces between the words rather than the words themselves. For I'm dealing with an area, a realm of human existence that is basically not conceptual, and I'm faced with the predicament of trying to convey a non-conceptual realm through concept. So I must ask you at the outset to take my words with a grain of salt. If you don't like them, don't worry about them. They will pass quickly. In order to understand the stages of life and ultimately the process of dying, one has to have a context in which to understand these things. And the context usually is defined as what is the meaning of it? What am I doing here on earth? Because having an understanding of one's function or purpose makes one understand whether some process that's going on in transformation is functional or dysfunctional, whether or not it's useful or not. I mean, I think none of us are so naive at this point, certainly not in this gathering of professionals and people related in related fields. None of us are so naive as to think that only that which gives pleasure is useful. I think most of you now have found through your own experiences that there is incredible growth through suffering. That doesn't mean that we would go around programming suffering. into people's lives. We don't give suffering 101, which is electrodes under. And yet, when we look back at our own lives, we see that some of the most profound changes occurred at the times of the most intense suffering. And the nature of the suffering is that we are confronting a situation which is dissonant or disparate from the model we have of how reality ought to be. And that's really what the cause of suffering is. The cause of suffering is this place in your mind that's defining how you think it ought to be. So if you think things should be a certain way and they're not, then there's a discomfort and you suffer. And a lot of what our suffering has been is not due to the actual characteristics of the situation, but to the way in which we perceive the situation. And that perception is based on our contextual understanding of who we are and what we're doing here. So that I must delve a little bit more into the philosophical underpinnings of your and my existence for us to have an appreciation of what the seasons of our lives, particular reference to dying, how to perceive them, how to understand them in a useful way. I'll paint a scenario that just give you a little example of what I went through in some of my processing. I'm in Benares, the city of dying in India. In the Hindu religion, the highest way in which you can die is to die in Benares. And when you die in Benares, your body gets burned at the burning ghat, and the bones and ashes get thrown into the Ganges River. And through that simple act, you are spiritually freed, and we'll talk a minute about what that might be about. The result of that belief system is that Benares is full of people dying. And most of these people have no money whatsoever. They are beggars at the most extreme states of survival. Many of them are lepers. They have a loincloth, man or woman, just a loincloth, and maybe a begging bowl. Many of them have advanced states of cancer. Many of them are just skin and bones. They are dragging themselves through the streets. And often on their loincloth, there is a little sack which contains the money necessary for the wood for their funeral pyre. Now, if you think of yourself as a human being and think of them as a human being and empathize for a moment with their predicament. Here we are in Orange County having just had a nice lunch and being in comfortable soft chairs. It's hard to imagine even identifying and realizing these are fellow human beings, but they are. They're just like us. They're just got a different place in their minds and they're in a different life moment. When I first came to Benares, when I went out in the streets, I was in a very open space. And when I looked at these people, I experienced such horror. I couldn't really handle it at all. And I went back to my hotel room and I am somewhat embarrassed to admit, I literally climbed under the bed. I hid under the bed, just in horror of the situation. Because I walked through the streets with my American Express traveler's checks in my pocket, with my security, with my ticket back to affluent America. And I was facing these other human beings in the extreme state of need and poverty. And my pity was more than I could handle. Subsequent to that, I met my spiritual teacher, and my whole life took a different turn, and I ended up living in a temple, studying Hindu philosophy, doing deep meditation, hatha yoga, and so on. And I began to understand a different context about what life and death was about.
And now, actually about 6 or 8 months later, I found myself in Benares again. And I walked through the streets. And this time, it was an entirely different experience for me. For when I looked into the eyes of these people, I saw in them not what I expected to see in the past, not self-pity, not frustration, not humiliation, not anger, not pleading. They had a look in their eyes of fulfillment. And then I noticed something else in their eyes that I could hardly believe. They were looking at me with pity. They were pitying me. Healthy, fat, solid American me. These people in the last stages of life were pitying me. And I understood that from their belief system, they were pitying me because I was merely this wanderer wandering through life, not knowing where I was going or where I was coming from. They knew their place. They were secure in their place. They were fulfilled in what they were about to do. And they knew that I was wandering in despair and I would never find. Probably not find. And they just felt sorry that I was so lost. And I had trained enough so that I could see it from their point of view, and I ended up feeling self-pity. Now, to me, that's an example of how a belief system can be so strong that it can take what could be called a sad tune and make it into a happy tune. It can change the entire meaning of a situation. In the villages in India where I live quite a bit of the time, there are many beings who make 2, 3, 4 rupees a day. That's 40, 60 cents a day. And they have one meal a day, and they live maybe under a railroad bridge, crowded together. Not optimum living conditions. But sometimes when I look at their faces, I experience a quality of their being that seems more in tune or in harmony with the universe than I find in the face of somebody who is affluent, successful, everything in the West. And I understand, once I get over my arrogance of super race arrogance, that we have a great deal to learn about the dignity of the processes of life and death, the way of understanding them in a way to release us rather than to torment us. I have to digress briefly to just share with you my own sequence of perceptual shift a little bit so that you can appreciate the kinds of things I want to talk to you about. For I was trained as a social scientist. I was a professor. I was actually part of a junta at Harvard to protest against the soft and mushy conditions of the clinical social psychology department. Social relations department. I was one of those guys in favor of harder statistics. The kind of guys you love, right? I just felt that anybody that didn't know how to do a factor analysis and a chi-square just hadn't yet awakened. And though I played that game as hard as I knew how, for all the points I knew how to collect, there was in me, despite my psychoanalysis, there was a very gnawing uneasiness that I was missing something, a malaise. And when we experience a malaise in our culture, we tend to treat that malaise as if it is our fault. We treat it as if it's our neurosis and it's our lack of adaptability to the existing culture, which must be right because there's so many of them. And I kept trying, like fitting a square peg into a round hole, I kept trying to readapt my being to fit into the gratification patterns that the culture was offering me. And it just wasn't working. And I started to drink more, and I started to get more extreme in my ways of seeking pleasure in order to gain the kind of fulfillment to give me a feeling of well-being. Well, then I got for some years into experimentation with psychotropic chemicals that alter consciousness, and that changed my head around a great deal. I saw through those experiments that perhaps my malaise, my discomfort, was not just my pathology, but it was a deeper something in me attempting to awaken. And that maybe instead of treating it as some sickness that ought to be treated as a problem, I should see it as something graceful, to be honored. Maybe it would be useful to allow my life to adapt, to tune to those feelings of wrongness or rightness within myself. And I did that, and I just let my life go in the course it would naturally take, responding to an inner intuitive sense of right, okay, that's all right. And it took me through, away from academia, it took me through psychedelic chemicals, it took me to India, it took me into yoga, and it brought me back to America, and it took me into a different kind of a perceptual view of the universe. And I found, much to my surprise, that through whatever had happened to me, had very profoundly, in the real sense of alteration, had profoundly altered my feelings about death, and as a result, my feelings about life. It had very profoundly altered the definition of who I think I am. Now, I could try to very gently take you into the space translating, but instead of doing that, I'm going to do a much more shock treatment process. I'm just going to tell you how I see the world. And many of you will say that is absolute rot. And that's perfectly okay. It's okay in advance. You have total license to project it. But anything less than that would be dishonest on my part. So I'm going to go for broke. We'll let the chips fall where they will. Okay? I mean, I've convinced you I'm a nice person. I speak softly. I seem friendly. So now maybe we're ready for the as the blow falls. You knew I couldn't sit cross-legged up here and not. And I'll even be more outrageous by telling you that what I'm presenting to you is not a belief system. It's the way things are. See, already your shackles are up. But what can I do? Anything less would be dishonest. I just got to play. You've got to know people like me exist. To the extent that I am anything at all, and that we can open for question in a little while. Seriously, we could consider me as a separate entity, a set of predisposing characteristics. You could call it, it would be like a DNA code, except we'll make it psychic instead of physical. I'm a set of characteristics, a program that is manifesting by taking a human birth at this time. I've taken a birth into a body, and that body has with it a personality. I've taken a birth into a personality, and that personality is in a body. And I am going through a set of experiences, which is called living life. And these experiences have a certain function. These experiences, if used consciously and intentionally by me, are vehicles through which I can awaken to who I am in truth. Let me take you through an example I often use, just another little metaphorical image, an analogy. Imagine, for example, that you have next to your eyes a little control switch, and you look at another human being on channel 1. And what you see when you look at the other human being is a physical body. Man, woman, old, young, fat, thin, pretty, handsome, ugly, interesting. If you're a scientist, you might call them mesomorphs, ectomorphs, and endomorphs. Okay? It's a matrix of individual differences on physical plane. It's the plane of standing on the corner watching all the girls go by. It's that reality. Now let's just say you're looking at another person and you flick your television receiver one channel. Now you look at another person, and what you see is their psychology. Oh, you're a manic depressive. Oh, you're a happy person. I wish I was happy like you. People in psychotherapy live on this channel usually. They see everybody in terms of personalities that just happen to be traveling in bodies. They're totally preoccupied with their own depressions, elations, fears, anxieties, loneliness, hopes, etc. And that's reality. That's the real you. And the physical body is merely the carrier of that. Well, let's flip it again. Flip it again and you look at another person, and if you are so trained to be able to see on this channel, you would say, oh, I know who you are. You're a Libra. I can tell because of you're a Sagittarius. On this channel, on channel 3, there's only 12 beings in the universe and various permutations of them. You are now seeing what could be known as the astral identity of an individual. You're seeing another plane of reality. You're seeing another way of looking at individual differences. These are 3 ways of looking at individual differences, 3 matrices, if you will. But now you flip the dial once more. It starts to get interesting. Now if you flip the dial and look into another person's eyes, you flip the dial inside your own being and look into another person's eyes, what you see is another being looking back at you. Inside an astral configuration, a personality, and a body. You in there? I'm in here. How did you get into that one? And you see what the Christians call soul. You see another soul. You see another being, just like you. No different, just like you, just another being. And that you see that all the individual differences are all of the stuff in which this being is encased. Now, you could almost be comfortable with that one, but we unfortunately must flick the dial a few more times. I mean, I must take you the whole journey. You flick the next dial, and what you see when you look into someone else's eyes is you see yourself looking at yourself, looking at yourself. Because on that plane, there is only one of it. It is one awareness that is in a multiplicity of forms. And finally, if you allow me to flip the dial just once more, if you haven't given up completely yet, you flip the dial once more, and you disappear, and I disappear, and the dial disappears. And we're dealing with what the Buddhists call void, or in the New Testament, before the word. That is, before the vibratory uniqueness. Or why God is not able to be spelled in the Hebrew religion. It's unspeakable, unknowable, unseeable, unconceivable, inconceivable. Okay, now of all of these channels on the television set, who are you? Which one do you want to settle for? You want to be middle-aged? How about that one? I mean, I'm middle-aged. I guess I'm middle-aged. I have a 47-year-old body. It's like I have also a 1974 Dodge van. But you say to me, who are you? And I don't say I'm the Dodge van. Why do I choose to identify with this? Well, if I don't pick body, should I pick personality? I'm somebody on the path. That's a good one to be. I'm a curious person. I'm curious about the future. That's a good one. I'm a responsible person. Well, I'm kind of wild. I'm lazy. I'm working on myself. These are all different psychological takes of who one is. Each plane, each turn of the dial has a different statement of your identity, and each one is getting into a more and more profound place. Now when we come back to who am I, which channel are you talking about? If we start from the top and go on down into the grosser planes, I am the void who manifests as the one, who becomes the many, who has a unique set of factors to work out through a unique astral psychological and physical body. That's what I'm doing on Earth. I have taken a body to do certain work. And when I finish that work, I will drop that body. We are dealing here with the issues of karma and reincarnation. Now, in the West, after the councils of Trent, Constantinople, and Nicaea, anywhere from about 200 to 500 AD, these ideas were roughly thrown out of Christianity because they didn't make the church a workable situation. Because when you had reincarnation and karma, every human being became their own priest. Because it was between you and God. And for the church to keep its own control, it needed to see its function as keeping people morally living properly. It had to get rid of those concepts. Have I taken birth before? I have no experiential knowledge of that. But from where I'm sitting, undoubtedly thousands and thousands and thousands of times. Will I take birth again? Undoubtedly thousands and thousands and thousands of times. I have to tax your brain with one more difficult concept. As long as we were dealing with your body, with your personality, with your astral identity, or with your soul, we were dealing in time. Time passes, things change. The minute we got up into the higher plane than that, in the one, there is no time anymore. Time is relative. Now we're dealing with a place where when you know yourself as that, you just are. You are going nowhere and you are coming from nowhere. The Zen master says your going and coming is nowhere but where you are. Now, if you can start to sense, I mean, you don't have to believe what I'm saying just because it's the way the universe looks to me. But if you could empathize just enough to appreciate how it would be to be looking at the world from this point of view. Here's a story that will explain that. I'll give you an example of it. Chinese were coming into Tibet, and they were very harsh on the Tibetan monks who they saw as part of the decadence of Tibet. And they were very cruel to the monks, and they were disemboweling them and shaming them and killing them. And one particularly vicious commander of the army came into a village and he said, bring all the monks before me. And he said, they've all fled to the hills except one monk in one monastery. And the general was pleased that they'd all fled because he knew that then his power was known. And he couldn't understand why this one monk hadn't fled. And so he went to see the monk. And the monk was standing in the middle of the courtyard of the monastery. And the army commander walked up to him and he said, why didn't you flee? Don't you know who I am? I could take my sword and I could cut through you without blinking an eye. And the monk looked him in the eye and said, don't you know who I am? I am somebody who could be cut through by your sword without blinking an eye. And at that point, the commander bowed and left. Could you imagine what space that monk is in? Could you imagine what it's like to see your life as so functional to your awakening, and your death equally so? The whole business becomes merely a process of growth and awakening and opening and deepening and clearing and shifting channels, and there is no problem about transition. There's no holding on out of fear. It's just opening. Ramana Maharshi, the great Indian saint, was dying of cancer, and he had great miraculous powers, and his devotees said to him, Bhagwan, Ramana Maharshi, heal yourself. And he says, no, this body's used up. And they said, don't leave us, don't leave us. And they started to cry. And he said to them, don't be silly. Where could I go? That's like me saying, I'm selling my Dodge van, you saying, don't leave, don't leave. I'm not leaving, I'm just selling my Dodge van. Could you imagine conceiving of death from that point of view? I have a project going, working with terminally ill people, and it's not, I take exception to Dr. Comfort's, some of his criticisms this morning of hospice and of Elizabeth Ross and so on. But it isn't their work. Their work, which I think is extremely admirable, which is an attempt to make dying more psychologically humane, to take it out of the clutches of the medical profession, which treats each death as a failure, and which puts you in a hospital, which is a temple to life, in which the only way to deal with death is denial. And I've had to sit through many horrendous moments in hospitals, sitting with somebody who's dying, where the doctors come in with a cheerful, you're looking better, and then walk out in the car and say, won't live the night. And the person is surrounded by doctors, nurses, relatives, all of whom are so frightened of death. Ministers, rabbis, so frightened of death that there is a surrounding hysterical denial of the process, leaving the person at the moment when they need most to be able to share what's happening to them, a total void of that kind of compassion. And I'm sure most of you have seen those situations, and many of us have participated, not knowing quite what else to do. And the hospice movement has done an incredible amount to change the image of dying. They are doing for dying what home deliveries and so on, and bringing the husbands into the hospital during the deliveries is doing for birth. It's bringing it out of the closet. Suddenly we're getting over a Victorian uptightness. It's now suddenly true that human beings do not only eat, but they go to the toilet. Bet you never knew that. And they are born and they die. In India, it's very far out because it's all right up front. When somebody dies, they wrap him in a sheet, and sometimes in a little village, they'll put him in a rickshaw to take him to the burning god. And there's a dead being sitting in a rickshaw on the way to the burning god. And everybody salutes as he goes by, or she goes by on the way to the burning god. And there's no, which we have, which is the minute the person dies, they disappear into the big void beyond. The sheet goes over, and the whole thing is covered, and denial starts immediately. So hospice is doing a great deal just by training people to be compassionate listeners and psychologically able to hang out with people who are dying without freaking. My own work is a little further out than that. My work is for people who say, I would like to use my death as a vehicle for awakening. I would actually like to use the process of dying as a vehicle for awakening, since I have an understanding of the kinds of things you've been talking about. Now, you've got to understand that that tradition of using death in that way is understood by more people in the world today than there are who don't understand that. I mean, we're talking about China, we're talking about India, we're talking about Japan, we're talking about all of the Eastern countries, which population are many. So for such a person, one sits down and one is first very straight. There's no hiding, there's no deception of anything. Your own fear, out in the open. We share it very straight. But in addition, we are working on ourselves to create a space, an environment in which a person can experience the deeper parts of their beings. And when they get to one level of it, where time isn't, then there's no more death. Sometimes I just go and I sit in a room with somebody who's dying, and I merely sit there quietly with them. And they run all of their fear through me. And what comes back is peace. Because I don't have any fear of death that I can touch at the moment. To me, death is a process of just leaving what you thought you were. Not what you are, but what you thought you were. They run their fear through, and what comes back is peace. And they release a little bit. And then they run more fear through, and they get back peace. And they run more fear through, and they get back peace. Until you can just feel them. They're just like a flower, opening and extending and opening out. Until again and again, you're sitting with somebody who is in incredible pain and suffering, and you're saying, oh, it's so beautiful. I'm feeling such peace. And at the same moment, the ravages of cancer or extreme heart conditions or whatever, Hodgkin's disease. I was working with a boy who just died 2 weeks ago. And I would come in each time, and he would be agitated and irritated. He had bed sores, and there was a lot of pain and suffering. And I'd wash him and help change him and just be with him. But at the same moment, I was just being quiet inside my own being. In other words, I wasn't coming on to him. I wasn't saying you ought to go deeper in yourself. I wasn't hustling him. I was merely working on myself in his presence. The result of that was that very slowly he started to let go of identifying with the body, identifying with the pain, the psychological part, and started to experience just a spaciousness in which he could see death. Death comes, birth comes, life comes, growth comes. For you to be of any use to someone that is dying, for me to be of any use, there is one simple rule. You work on yourself. You don't work on the other person. We have a model that is so deeply ingrained in us often as professionals. You're healing someone else. You're doing for the old people. You're doing for the young people. You're doing for the dying people. I have a very simple rule in my life: work on myself. Because all I can offer to you or to a dying person or to a marital problem or to some child, I can only offer my being. And my being is the result of everything I've done in my life to get to where I am. That's all I have to offer. I have my love to offer. But if you can flip through those channels, that love is not conditional love. It's not based on individual differences. It's merely the love because you're seeing the divine plan made manifest again. Every moment of your life, once you understand the purpose of it, is your vehicle for awakening. This moment is your vehicle for awakening. If you're uncomfortable at this moment, okay, you're uncomfortable. Allow it. If you're fascinated, fascinated. Be fascinated. Allow it. Give it space. Give it space. Imagine a picture. And the picture is a picture of a cloud. And if the cloud fills the whole picture frame, all you see is the cloud. And you're totally immersed in the cloud. But allow a little teeny bit of blue sky around the edge of the cloud. And then imagine identifying with the blue sky instead of the cloud. From that point, you can say, cloud. The difference between I'm depressed or I'm depressed versus, wow, am I depressed? Or I'm depressed versus, look at that depression. Boy, I don't think I'll ever get through that one. Wow, that's a heavy one. Boy, that's the worst depression I've ever seen. I don't think people live through those kind. Now, the second kind I'm doing is showing the ability to keep a sense of humor in the middle of the depression. Well, if you've got a sense of humor, how depressed could you be? But that's the issue. It's the issue of the tiny bit of spaciousness that surrounds the identity with the happenings of life, the experiences of life. It is said in the spirit mystic literature, one to me is loss and gain. One to me is fame and shame. One to me is pleasure and pain. Meaning, there's fame. Hello, Ram Das. That's fame. Ram who? Das, did you say? Don Das, yes. Right. Oh, you're that horrible guy that was, that's shame. Oh, you just won the lottery? That's gain. Wallet just stolen? Loss. Oh. Pleasure. Oh, my darling, come here. Oh, my leg hurts. In each one, they take you completely, get lost in it. I'm somebody who has a hurt leg. Versus here I am, and there's a leg that hurts. The predicament is that most of us don't want this kind of consciousness because we don't want to lose the rushes or the trips of life. We don't want to forego the romanticism. We don't want to forego the rush that comes from identifying with our own melodrama. And that kind of equanimity, that kind of quietness, that kind of spaciousness, that kind of presence, that kind of compassion for oneself and for all things, because from a quiet, clear place, you see how it all is without pushing or pulling. For it is only the non-attached mind that can truly appreciate how it is. Otherwise, you're just seeing the projections of your own desires. If you're hungry and you get down the street, you will notice restaurants. If your car is making a strange knock, you will notice gas stations. If you are horny, you will notice makeable people. And that is what your universe is full of. Because you and I are living in entirely different universes, because each individual is living in a universe created of selecting from the possible infinity of things, those things which lock in with your own desire system. So if you identify with a desire, that will determine what you see in the world. When you get to the point that you can allow a desire system without identifying with it, sure, I have lust. Sure, I have greed. Sure, I have fear. Sure, I have depression. But here I am. I am, and there's an aging body, and I am, and there's depression, and I am, and there's hope, and I am, and there's planning, and I am, and there's death. How different the space. That's because the television channels, you're living on more than one of them simultaneously. You're starting to live on all of them, all at once. There are some very heavy processes that occur at the time of death. And the Tibetan Buddhists, for example, understood that the meaning of life was the preparation for death. You were preparing to stay conscious through these incredibly heavy processes that happen. Heavy process, for example. A fellow called me the other day. His mother just died. He's a meditator. He's a Buddhist. Meditative person. He sat with her through the process. He said at first she protested, then she acquiesced. He said, then it got to the point where she was too weak to eat, so I had to feed her. And he said that we made fun of that. We thought, well, I used to be the child, you used to feed me. Now you're the child, and I'm feeding you. And that was kind of fun and playful. Then it got to the point where she lost her sphincter control and her bowel control, and I found myself carrying her to the toilet with her feces dripping down my leg. And that was a hard one for us. And then it got to the point where all of her unconscious processes started to rise to the surface, and I found in the middle of the night sometimes she would be calling to me, and I'd go over and she'd start to make love to me. All of the edible stuff was coming up. And he said, and through it all, we still kept the thread. We still kept the thread of consciousness with one another. It's not the physical death that's so scary, it's the psychological death. It's the ceasing to be who you think you are. The thread was held, and I have been now with many people and just holding them as they die. And being right with them, looking in their eyes as the spirit just leaves, as they just leave, and the last breath occurs, and the eyes glaze over, and the being just leaves. And it's just a release, an opening. Because by the time they got to that moment, they were no longer clinging to that which dies. Don't be silly, where could I go? There's no more clinging to that which died. For who we are was, is, and will be. And these are just processes of transformation that we're going through. Just like it's very hard for a prepubescent to understand the time will come when his baseball cards aren't that relevant. So the time will come when even our mortal coil isn't that relevant. I gave a scenario at the last workshop, and I like it because it's so explicit. It's a very heavy, far out one, but I'll give it to you anyway. If you will just imagine somebody who's died, and they died in the Western, I'll give you two people. One has died in the Western metaphor, see, so they're busy not dying. Doctor, save me, transplant me, implant me, do whatever you do, but don't let me die. But you're dead, then you die. And a voice says to you, hello. And you say, well, if I can hear a voice saying hello, I guess I didn't die. The voice says, no, you died. You say, well, I can't have died. And that's confusion. It's called purgatory in Christianity. And you just sort of hang in that place, and then you get reprogrammed into the next round. But now, as you go through incarnation after incarnation, on and on and on and on, somewhere along in the sequence of these, you begin to awaken just a little bit. And you get to the point where you begin to hear what I'm talking about. You begin to see, wow, far out, that's all that happens when you die. So as you're dying this time, instead of, doctor, you say, wow, this is going to be great. Here we go. Ready? Put on your safety belt. Here I go. Ready or not? Oh, wow. Ooh. Now you're done. You're dead. Somebody says hello, and you say hi. Now you're in a new predicament. You're still somebody. You're not nobody yet. You haven't finished your rounds of birth and death. So you're going to take another incarnation because you've got more stuff to do. You've got to go through more experiences. So you have a list of things you've got to go through, see. You say, gee, if I did it right, I could clean up all of these in one birth. I see. If I took birth as a child in the poorest tribe in Africa, that would be good because I'd clean up that one. That was the one I got from being that king 50 births ago, and I misused that. Then let's see, if I See, I'll get raped when I'm 9. That'll be beautiful. That would take care of that one. See, and then, see, I'll get syphilis at 13. I could die at 17 and clean the whole thing up far out. Okay. So now you've got a problem. You're all ready to do this. You've got your plan, and you put a little sign on you saying, this is all just a scenario event. This is reality. You put a little sign on it, and the sign says, I am somebody who wants to take this birth looking for 2 other people who need me, karmically, like I need them, And the computers and all kinds of things happen, and within 1 million or 2 Earth years, something comes up. Doesn't matter, it's going on anyway. And these 2 people say, let's have a baby, and, there's a moment of passion, and there you are. And as you're being born, you say to everybody, well, see you later. And you dive into Earth, and you go, wah, wah, and you're a baby. Veil over. You are a baby, that's all your reality is, a baby. 9 years old, you're raped, 13, syphilis, 17, you die. I don't want to die, you're dead, you come up and you see. Because says, hi, back so soon, right, well, that cleaned up all those 5 now. Is that too gross of you? From where I'm sitting, I got to up-level it just one bit by just saying to you that since and the reality that lies behind all these relative realities, there is no time, all your reincarnations are happening simultaneously. I mean, that's a little heavy for you, but you got to understand that it's not like it's spread out like Bridie Murphy, like you were that 40 years ago. It's all here now on your internet. So that when you get all done with the last one, you realize nothing happened anyway. I mean, I'm pushing your mind all over the place. If you could see the universe that way, what would be the difference in the meaning of death? Well, I'm finishing chapter 3. Now, I'm not saying that you should have a mind intellectual overlay that makes everything different that way, not a dishonest imposition of intellect. But for anybody that will subject themselves to simply sitting down quietly and learning how to quiet their mind by allowing the thoughts to come and go. Just as simple a thing as following your breath. Just take 2 minutes now. Bring your awareness to your breath. Just notice the breath. Either notice it going in and out of your nose, or notice it rising and falling in the middle of your abdomen. Pick one or the other and stay with it. Notice the breath going in. Notice the breath going out. And notice the little transition points between the in-breath and the out-breath, and the out-breath and the in. Keep your awareness focused on your breath. Let the rest of the thoughts come and go, just like tiny little insects around a light. If you notice feelings in your body, notice them, and then let them go. If you are thinking about what this is all about, notice that thought, let it go. Come back to your breath. Breathing in, breathing out. The thought: we are sitting in a school auditorium in Orange County at a conference, a set of thoughts. Notice them. Let them go. Floating by like leaves on a stream. thinking about the future, remembering the past. Thoughts coming, going. Bring your awareness back to your breath. Deeper, quieter. Follow the breath carefully. Follow the in-breath, the moment of turning, the out-breath, the moment of turning. The silence in the room, notice it. Let it go. Come back to the breath. The breath is the focal point. It's the primary object. The rest of the universe comes and it goes. Problems come into mind. Notice them. Bring your awareness back to your breath. Staying right in this place now. Don't move yet. That is the first method that you use in order to begin to be aware of who you are. You can do it anywhere, anytime. You don't need beads, you don't need priests, you don't need ashrams, you just need your breath. Because while you are following your breath, which is the doorway between form and formless, because between the in-breath and the out-breath, and the out-breath and the in-breath, there is space. Now let me give you one more exercise to find the whole other quality. Focus in the middle of your chest, just as if you had two nostrils, and breathe. Now, as if you were breathing in and out of the middle of your chest, let your nose or your mouth breathe in or out the oxygen. But imagine that your chest is simultaneously breathing in a very soft, very delicate mist. Breathe in, breathe out. When you breathe in, let that mist pour through your body. Let it pour up into your head, to your arms, to your torso, to your legs. And when you breathe out now, breathe out all of the heaviness, all of the tightness, all of the guardedness, all of the disappointment, all of the pain, the loneliness. And then once again, fill the in-breath with this very, very soft mist. Let it wash through you just as if it were Drano, cleaning through all the tubes. When it dislodges something, a sadness, or a doubt, or a fear, just breathe it out. Breathe deeply. And then once you feel you have loosened as much of the stuff that holds you back from knowing who you are as you can at this moment, then become like a director of energy, and take in this very fine mist, fill your being with it, and then breathe it out and send it towards those beings with your thoughts, send it towards those beings who suffer. Whether their suffering be physical, psychological, or spiritual. Just as if you were surrounding them with light. You were surrounding them with a loving space that said, do what you must do, but know that I am here with you. Use the power of your own thought and the openness of your heart to give life and love and space to all beings. And you can get so that every in-breath is a blessing you receive. Every out-breath is a blessing you transmit. With those two exercises, following your breaths to quiet your mind, and breathing in and out of the heart to deepen your receiving of love and your compassion outward. You become an environment in which everybody you meet can grow. You become an environment of quietness, of non-judgment, of love, of presence. For you to share the higher channels of consciousness, you must know them in your own being, not with your intellect, but with your being. When Gandhi was on a train that was leaving the station, a reporter rushed up to him and said, Mahatmaji, would you give me a message to take back to my people? And Gandhi said, he scribbled on a piece of paper, my life is my message. To die consciously, you must live consciously. To live consciously, you must have the courage to go inside yourself to find out who you really are. To understand that behind all of the masks of individual differences, you are a being of beauty, of love, of awareness. When Christ said the kingdom of heaven was within, he wasn't just putting you on. When Buddha said each person is the Buddha, he was saying the same thing. Till you can allow your own beauty, your own dignity, your own being, you cannot free another. So if I were giving people one instruction, I would say work on yourself. Have compassion for yourself. Allow yourself to be beautiful. And all the rest will follow. If there are any pressing questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Yes?
A question is asked about the existence of beings on other planets in our universe.
Well, I think that there are many planes of reality, and there are many beings that exist on planes other than the physical plane of reality. I think you're asking a question about the physical plane, about the physical universe, beings on other planets. I know nothing about any of that. I do know that there are beings living on other planes of consciousness and that this is merely another plane. So that you could look at planet Earth, or the physical plane, not Earth, the physical plane, as a certain kind of training ground for people who have certain kinds of work to do. Buddha talked about them as being beings that had one of the 5 hindrances. That those were the people that took birth on the physical plane because they needed the kind of grossness of the sandpaper of the experiences of the physical plane to do the certain kind of purification. So, and he said that the 5 hindrances were lust and greed was one of them. That's just one. Hatred and ill will, agitation, sloth and torpor, inertia, and doubt. And that if you didn't have one of those 5, you didn't take birth on this plane, you took birth on another plane. So that's who we are to begin with, which makes us rather a colorful lot. And so in that sense, there is that this is the Earth, and there are other planes that are what are called the heavenly planes. There are all these lokas or planes. In almost every tradition you find these things. And they are all equally as much the projections of desire systems, just subtler and subtler ones all the time. And so beings take birth here and then take birth on other planes. But in answer to your question, I think about the physical universe. I don't know. I don't. The question was, would I have been open to the Eastern mystical tradition had I not had such extensive experience with psychedelic chemicals? The answer is that I probably would not have. However, somebody who is now young in this culture now would be able to. In other words, at that time I would have. Now I might. If I wasn't so encrusted and closed in by the time I'm 47 and have bought a model so tightly that I don't have any space, then I wouldn't be able to hear it now. But now the environment is supportive of hearing this message, while 15 years ago it was not. I think that the psychoanalysis was useful. I'm sure everything in my life has been useful. I mean, I look back on all my experiences now, ones that when I was in the middle of them, I thought, oh, nobody's been cursed like I've been cursed. And then I look back now and say, wow, so that's what that was about. Well, far out, look at what I learned from that. Isn't that interesting? Right? I tend to think of psychotherapy now as sort of like body and fender repair work. It isn't the essence of my being, but it's good to keep it. You got to honor the whole organism and the personality and the body as well. My diets, all of that stuff is ways of honoring the container I'm in, if you will, which includes my personality. But what happens is that as you start to break the identification to the grosser planes and start to identify with higher and higher awareness in yourself, you find that the individual differences that before were a problem for you are no longer a problem. They are merely a definition of your uniqueness. So that I would say that my neuroses didn't go away. I've just made them my friends. Okay. They're just kind of irrelevant. They're irrelevant friends to have around. Okay. I'm just as neurotic as I ever was. Right? Yes.
This is a question about the relationship between creativity and mental health.
Well, I didn't hear Dr. May yesterday, but I do feel that the Western model of creativity is based on neurosis, and that there is a whole other way to understand creative act, which means, for example, Bach was amazingly non-neurotic. And he certainly was a prolifically creative being, and so have been many creative beings with very little anxiety. And I understand creativity, the way I understand it is, just as Einstein said, I did not arrive at my understanding of the basic laws of the universe through my rational mind. Rather, he went inward into a higher way of knowing, an intuitive space, another plane of consciousness in which the universe is, outside of time. It just all is. And then as he comes back from that, what's called a mystical experience, he comes back in, and then his training as a physicist leads him to take that non-conceptual thing and conceive of it into physics. And so Bach goes into these spaces and comes back, and he hears the whole symphony. It's all there, just like that. And then he just comes back and writes it out. So that my feeling is much less that we are learning versus we are remembering. My feeling is much less that we create rather than we tune to. As far as I'm concerned, the entire universe is within us. We merely have to quiet down enough to hear who we are. And as you become more conscious and less mechanical in the sense of being identified with the things which are within law, like body and personality, which are within deterministic law, as you move into pure awareness, you are freer in that sense. And out of you, every act becomes a creative amalgam of all of the things in the universe. That's what Taoism is about. That's when you see a monk, you can see the way he walks is a creative act. The way he washes a dish is a creative act. His calligraphy is the creative act. You can see just in the form of the movement of the hand, the creative act. It isn't now I'll be creative. It's just a creative way of living. It's a way that's in flow with things around you. And that's what that breathing is about. It's about opening you up until you just become part of the force or the flow of the universe. And there's where creativity is from where I'm sitting.
This is a question about how chakras work.
The chakras, or psychic energy foci in the body, of which there are 7 in the body and there are some over the head, are a way of conceiving of the process of transformation of consciousness via the route of focusing on energy. Okay? Working with the kundalini or the shakti or the energy or the prana or whatever you want to call it. That's one route of doing it. Okay? Like if you're climbing a mountain, you can take the southern route or the northern route or the eastern route or the western route. One route will be meditation. You can just sit down and follow your breath. And in the course of that, all your chakras will open and all the energy will flow and it will all happen. All you did was follow your breath. Or you could do breathing exercises and bring the energy up your spine, the sushumna, another method, the south route. Or you could do service. My route is service. Of love and service. I mean, my daily life is my vehicle of coming to God. You are my exercise on myself. That's my vehicle. And I am yours. So that's karma yoga. Okay? So it's just another route through. And it is a way. It's a very beautiful way, but it's only another. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me back there? Can you hear me in the back? Okay. So we gather again and again to reassure ourselves about who we are and how it is. Perhaps who we aren't and how it isn't. Because we get so caught in thinking we're somebody doing something, going somewhere, or there's something to do. I don't think I'm going to be giving the beginner's lecture tonight. I think I'll just let go because I just looked at you all as you came in. then you're me, and I'm just going to talk to myself. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, just listen with your heart. It's okay. The words are completely confusing. Just assume I'm totally insane. I guess we haven't evolved to the point where we really can spend a whole evening just being silent together as a lecture. It's interesting that in the silence is really the answer to the mystery. The words just keep your minds quiet, our minds quiet, so that our hearts can hear each other. Because we're really here to acknowledge and honor our hearts. Not necessarily our emotional, romantic heart, not necessarily our anatomical heart, but the sin of the heart mind. You and I were so well trained, we were so well socialized to be somebody. Our parents told us who we were. Our schools told us who we were. The culture told us who we were. If you just ask the question, who am I? Every answer you give is really a lie. Because it's a concept. It's a limiting condition. It's a prison. I'm Richard. I'm a man. I'm 55 years old. I'm an Aries. I'm a seeker after truth. I'm a lusty, greedy, doubting, agitated person. I'm depressed. I'm happy. I'm overwhelmed by it all. I'm responsible. I'm laid back. I'm confused. I'm hurt. I'm suffering. I'm out for fun. I am the Spirit. I'm God. I am the one. I am. Every one of them is relatively real. It's sort of real. But it isn't all real. And who you are is at least all of those. Do you ever notice how many eyes there are each day for you? There's the eye that wakes up. There's the eye that needs to go to the bathroom. There's the hungry eye. There's all the different eyes you go through each day. Thousands and thousands of little images of yourself. And one hardly knows another. I can be walking down the street so holy, so connected to the Spirit, and I see somebody that arouses my prurient interest, it's called. And suddenly I am Mr. Horny. And my whole mind has dropped. And all my love of us has turned into object. And under those conditions, I'll use anything. Wouldn't you like to come up and see my holy pictures? I'm Ram Dass, let me help you. And who I was a moment ago is horrified by this person. This person would screw that one on the wall to get what it wants. We are all thousands of these beings. And they're a loose confederation that we call our ego. And they are all are organized around a structure. You say, that's me. That's me in all my many facets. It's an inner joke. And we learn all these self-images. They're concepts we have about ourselves. And they are so fascinating to us, and they are so efficient for getting us through the world, this plane, that we don't hear the whisper of the other parts of our being. They kind of get lost in the shuffle of efficiency, of keeping it together on this plane. And everybody gets really grounded. They all know their zip codes, they have a job, they get their act together, they get their laundry done, the oil changed, pay your taxes, you keep it together. But have you ever noticed that even when you're doing it extremely well, you feel a little trapped? You feel a little bit like you're being had by the universe. It's interesting, people work to realize the fantasies of the culture. If you get educated, get a degree, get a good job, have a family, get a home, get insurance, have a car that works, you get it all, you're going to be happy. But if you notice how you get sucked into, this is great, but if only it's like this hot tub, this is squealing the sound. This hot tub is magnificent, but wouldn't it be better with some perfume oil? Let's have some incense. Wine would be great in the tub. Music would add. And you just keep adding one thing after a partner. Now we're getting closer. And you have moments when you say, this is it, this is enough. I got it. And then it goes through your hands like slish. And a moment later, well, what do we do now? So it's, let's go to dinner. Wow, that's good. Let's get an ice cream cone. You're eating ice cream cone. Want to go to the movies? You go to the movies. Let's get a piece of pizza. Let's get that late television show. Let's make love. I'm exhausted. Let's go to sleep. And you start all over again the next day. And it's always that. Have you ever noticed it? I mean, am I alone in this? It's that constant, like, the mind is always living just if only, as soon as, if, then. And how often do you just sit here and say, this is enough? I mean, you even may come here tonight to try to collect wisdom. Everything you need to know, you already know. I don't know anything you don't know. I just say it well. You'll notice I'll say something, you go like that. Well, how did you know? Either you knew or you didn't know. If you know, you go like that. You knew what you need to come here for. So the model in your head that you're collecting something is keeping you from being here. Because you're someone going somewhere. And I hate to tell you, but there's nowhere to go. This is it. This is it. If this isn't it, there isn't any. Everything you did in your entire life was preparation for this moment. This is it. See, you say I can't afford to stop. I mean, I have commitments, I have responsibilities, I have contracts, I have a job, that doesn't matter, you can do all that. You can either do it from thinking you're going somewhere, or having arrived, and then you do what you do. I have nowhere to go. And then this just happens. It's interesting, like your heart is beating. You're not making your heart beat, damn it, beat. Gotta keep my eye on it, beat, watch it, beat. I'd like to talk to you, but I gotta keep it beating, beat. Make sure my intestines are working. Keep moving the stuff down, through, beat, move, beat. Better breathe. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in. You see, that's all going on. And you're listening to me. You don't spend hardly any time doing that. Many of you drive cars. And you can be sitting, driving a huge metal monster at precipitous speeds while listening to the radio, thinking about where you're going, perhaps making love, looking out the rear window for a policeman, smoking whatever you smoke. It all can be happening, and you're just driving along, and you're not busy driving at all. This tremendously complex thing you're doing with centrifugal and centripetal forces and rates of acceleration. I mean, it's a physics problem that would cover pages. You're not even thinking about it. It's all in what's called base brain. It's interesting when all life gets that way. What do you do? What do we do with the rest of the time? It's even further out than that because there's no time. Everything of you that's in time is all passing show. It's all corrupting and falling apart anyway. Christ said, lay not up your treasures where moth and rust doth corrupt. That includes your body and your personality and your friends and your loved ones. Everything's changing. Everything's dissolving. It's all going. It could make you nervous. If you identified with it, if you think you are a form of any kind, even a thought, unfortunately, it's all going to change. I mean, you are at this moment dying. You may not have realized it, but everybody in here is decaying. It's built into the system. You can eat as much wheatgrass as you want, and you will still decay and die. Just like the trees drop their leaves, it's built into the system. If you identify with your Volvo, sooner or later, even a Volvo, oh no, not a Volvo, even a Volvo, it will go. It can't go. It's my Volvo. It's my body. This is your life. It's my life. It's going. Remember the poem Ozymandias? Somebody's walking out in the desert and they see a stone sticking out of the sand. And there's an inscription on the stone and they decipher it and it says, I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, ye mighty. and despair. Nothing more remains. That's it. That's it. If you are busy thinking you are somebody going somewhere, doing something that's going to amount to something, suffer. It's as simple as that. Buddha pointed out in his second noble truth, the cause of suffering is the clinging of mind. If your mind clings to anything, that clinginess, you are clinging to something and you're trying to hold it and it's changing right out from under you. You get what you want, you try to hold on to it. You have what you don't want, you try to get rid of it. The clinging, the attachment, the aversions, all of them create the suffering. I used to try to figure out who I was. And then I realized that that question led me back into the void. That every answer I gave wasn't really the truth. It's as if who we know ourselves to be is like the tip of an iceberg. And there's this vast quality of our being beneath it. As you touch that part of you that is not knowable by your intellect, it is not knowable as an object, because it's subject. It's I am. It's is. It's I. Ram Tirtha, a beautiful poet, speaks of it. He says, I am without form, without limit. I am beyond space, beyond time. I am in everything. Everything is in me. I am the bliss of the universe. Everywhere I am. Just for a moment, imagine that that's true. And you can use the thing I work with, this little channel selector. See, you look at me and you see 55-year-old, well-preserved, rather nice-looking gentleman. Flip, you see a pleasant seeker after truth in a teaching role. On the second plane, you see everybody's socio-psycho dynamics. There's a mother, there's a professor, there's a student, there's a manic depressive, there's a depressed person, there's a hopeful person. That's the plane when you're in therapy, that's the real one. Those two planes of reality are where 99% of the world's population live almost all the time. When my father used to say to me during the 60s, Richard, you're a reality. He meant that. Get a job, economics, physical, psychological realm. Flip it again. I look out in the audience, so you look up here, you see an Aries. I look, I see a Sagittarius, a Leo. Another matrix of individual differences. These are all relatively real. I can tell you are different from you on the physical plane. You're a man, you're a woman. I can tell you are different from you on the psychosocial plane. Your roles, your social identity. I can tell the difference between you and your astral planes when your sun is rising, your moon, etc. But now flip it once more, and when I look at you, or I look at you, or I look at you, or you look at me, if you look into my eyes, what you see is another being just like you, except that I'm packaged differently. That's why the Christians talk about the eyes being the windows of the soul. It's as if you meet an awareness, an entity, that just happens to be traveling in this particular spacesuit on this planet at this moment. See, when you came here, you got all suited up for the trip. It includes your body and your personality. That's your suit. It isn't who you are, it's your suit you're wearing. It's part of who you are, but it's not all of it. Are you in there? I'm in here. How did you get into that one? You have this extraordinary feeling like you're meeting another being just like you, but who's in an entirely different universe because of their packaging. Because how people see them, how they see others through their eyes, through their habits of thought, all of that stuff which is the packaging. And they think they're the package. And everybody goes around with these huge mind nets. They walk down the street, this is who I am, this is who I am, this is who I am. And we enter into conspiracies. I'll make believe you are who you think you are, if you'll make believe I am who I think I am. And we don't want to upset the apple cart. Nobody asks for truth, we just ask for security. And we are constantly picking up cues as to who everybody thinks they are, and we constantly occurring each other. Oh, if you turn the dial once more, we look at each other, I'm looking at myself, looking at myself, looking at myself. Because there's only one of us in drag. We just appear to be many. This is the play of the one. This is God as creativity. You are the creation. Who you think you are is the creation. Who you really are is the creator. And you have a choice whether to identify with being the creator or the creation. As long as you identify with the creation, you're being had. You're just an unfolding set of laws, no big deal. I have free will, forget it. You don't have any free will. Who you think you are doesn't have any free will. Who you really are has all the free will in the universe. You are free, you're the creator. To accept the fact you created yourself, not you, your personality didn't create it. That's a creation. Is this too heavy, or can you hear what I'm talking? Anybody here? It's okay? I can't. I have this spooky friend. His name is Emmanuel. He doesn't have a body. He speaks through a woman named Pat Rodriguez. I have learned over the years that everybody that doesn't have a body isn't wise. Just because we don't have a body, we can't not have bodies. We get a feeling that anybody that doesn't have a body must know. But there are a lot of well-meaning slobs on this level who die and they want to do good, but they don't know any more than they knew before because it's just continuity of awareness. So they say buy United States Steel, and they lost in the stock market on earth and they'll lose in heaven. Everybody says, the voice came to me, I had a vision, buy United States Steel, and they lose their shirts. If you were frightened of the apocalypse on earth, you'll probably be on a plane where you're frightened of it in heaven. Watch out, the world's coming to an end. I heard the world's coming to an end. Well, Emmanuel is very light and playful. I mean, you got to trust non-embodied beings, disembodied beings with your heart. You can't know them with your mind, because your mind says, what the hell, there's no such thing as a disembodied being. Pat Rodriguez is just schizophrenic. She doesn't even know she's talking to herself. Poor thing. But see, I don't care whether it's her schizophrenia or it's somebody else called Emmanuel, because I just want the truth. I want the stuff. And I'll decide with my heart whether it's valid. I don't care where it comes from. But Emmanuel was so light. I mean, when I said to him, Emmanuel, I'm in the dying business. I work with people that are dying. What should I tell people? He said, Ram Dass, tell them that it's absolutely safe. Can you hear that? He said, death is like taking off a tight shoe. Who wouldn't trust somebody like that? And he says to me, you have your choice, Ram Dass, of being the victim or being the creator. As long as you identify with who you think you are, with the form, with the dance, with the unfolding of forms, you are part of the lawful nature of karma, the Tao, yin and yang, positive and negative, dark and light, good and evil. You're part of all the world of dualism. He said, that was what you took birth for, to get lost in that and then to awaken. That's part of the creative act of the one. And by the way, the one is only a concept of one when you're looking at it from two. From within one, it's zero. There's no one. Where did one come from? Because the one has no manifestation. It's just immanent, or it's unmanifest, or it's... And then it comes into form to play. This is all play. Remember Hermann Hesse's Journey to the East, I think. And Leo, the servant, who turns out to be the wise man, meets H.H. many years later. Henry Haller. Henry Haller's a bitter old man because he left the Journey to the East. And he says to Leo, you don't mean to say life's just a game, that all this is just play. Leo says, that's exactly what I mean. An exquisitely beautiful game. Not game, play, irrelevant, haha. But a game, a beautiful set of the unfolding of law. When you play Monopoly, you don't think you're the iron or the thimble. See, but when you play life, you think you're the bodies. It's very bizarre. I'm moving down the street. I'm moving from Boardwalk to Baltic Avenue. I said to Emmanuel, what's my work on earth, Emmanuel? What am I doing here? Because see, I gotta tell you that ever since the 60s when Tim Leary turned me on, that Irish rascal, and he showed me that I wasn't who I thought I was, rather dramatically. Because I had spent so many years being neurotically miserable, being who I thought I was, as a Jewish upwardly mobile achiever,
with all my sexual mashugana business. And analysis hadn't helped. And I had depressions. So that this plane, these physical, psychological planes, weren't exactly they weren't a bundle of fun for me. And so once I tasted that I wasn't that stuff, and I experienced this feeling of I'm home, it's okay, I'm free, I am. I got catapulted out of who I thought I was. And I began to understand what the meaning of getting high was. I had gotten high. And boy, did I want to stay high. But as some of you may have noticed, where there is high, there is low. And you go up and you come down. A little like a yo-yo. And it took me a long time, years, to realize that the game wasn't to get high, the game was to become free. I kept wondering what brought me down all the time. I finally knew how to get high, that was the question. I figured everybody figured out how to get high. A lot of people didn't do it with chemicals, they could do it with sex, with surfing, with skiing, with running, once you knew that it was possible and the Beatles and the Rolling Stones told you it was high. You didn't listen to the mystics, but these were the current mystics, Bob Dylan. Then suddenly you saw it everywhere. It had been happening all the time, but you treated it like you were insane before. My God, I was out of my mind. Hopefully. There's an interesting line in the mystic literature that says, there is nowhere to stand. There's nowhere to stand. See, at first you stand in what you learned yourself to be, and you look up at heaven. These cathedrals are all designed so you can look up to God, look up to the Spirit. And then you transform yourself in one way or another so that you go from here to there, and then you're there looking down on here. Yes. So that's how it all is. I mean, there are planes here where you look out and all you see is the perfection of the unfolding of the law. That's all you see. And it absolutely, it's awe-full. It's full of awe. You are filled with awe by the incredible, I mean, you know it in little ways. You know it in psychology, or well, that doesn't have very much law, but we know, yeah, it all has law, but we don't know it. But you know it in physics, genetics, astronomy, the way the planets move. You allow that the planets are all moving lawfully, but you don't think of yourself as part of that lawful structure. But then you see that everything that is in form is law, and you look at it, you see it all. And at that moment, you look out and you say, it's all unfolding perfectly. It's a strange place to be in. It's not human. It's a place you're looking at it from here, and you see it's all perfect. And if somebody falls down in front of you, you say, perfect. Karma. This is karma. It's a cold place. It's like a cold blue place. You're looking down. Then you come back down and you come into your human heart. And you look at the suffering around you. And it hurts so bad. I mean, there's suffering. And when you go to reach for that one, there's suffering. But what about that suffering? And what about that one? I mean, there are the obvious sufferings of starvation, of violence, of torture. There are the subtle sufferings of neurosis, the sufferings of yearnings that are unfulfilled.
Everywhere you look at forms, you will see the quality that a form in prisons, and there is suffering. As a human, and your heart hurts so bad. You come up here and you say, it's all perfect. You come down here and you say, oh my God, it stinks. It's getting worse. We're doing ourselves in ecologically. We're living with a bomb over our heads. We're polluting the air, the water. There's more violence, there's more terrorism. There's more economic uncertainty, there's more discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots. It's getting worse. Go up, perfect. All unfolding just as it should be, including the suffering. If you stand in either one of those, you're standing somewhere. And there is nowhere to stand. That is relatively real, and so is that one. You are both the one, you are an awareness, you are an astral entity, you're a psychological entity, you're a physical entity. You're a set of biochemical electrical patterns. You are an illusion. That's all equally real. How do you live with all that? Do you do it sequentially? Now I'm my body. Now I'm spirit. I got high, I came down. That's what you do first. Oh, yeah. I said to Emmanuel, what's my work on earth? Emmanuel said, you're in a school, why don't you try taking the curriculum? Why don't you try being human? I'd never thought of that. I was so busy trying to get high, trying to become spiritual, push my humanity away. And it began to dawn on me that freedom was going to come through form, not in spite of it. That incarnation isn't an error. That we are not in the wrong place at this moment. That where you are is exactly where you are supposed to be at this moment. You may think it's an error because it's too hard for you as a human being to handle what's happening. It's interesting because if you push away your humanity to get up there, you're standing on tiptoe. You are not balanced because you're pushing something away. It's a clinging of mind. If you get so immersed in your humanity that you forget your divinity, you're clinging of mind. And you end up being trapped in righteousness. That's a heavy one. That's called the golden chain. It's golden, but it's still a chain. Righteousness. Christ said, I am in the world, but not of the world. The way to freedom lies through form, not in spite of form. If you try being a renunciate, I mean, most of the people that are celibate are just horny celibates because they're pushing away something. You don't have to push yourself away to be free because you are. All of it is okay. You are it. The mind, see, you're all of it, and you decide, as part of your creative act, I'll go into separateness so that this is all creativity, so I can know myself through many forms. So you go in, and in order to go into form, there's got to be positive, negative, dark, light, all that stuff. Otherwise, there's no form. And there's resistance and darkness and all that stuff. That's the stuff you play with. And you go in and it's real. And then at some point in the journey, somewhere down the reincarnational road of illusion and dreams, you start to say, wow, it isn't like I thought it was. And you start to come up for air. And it's so tasty that you want to push away. And you come up and you come up, and then you feel you're being caught in something, and you look at what you're caught in, and you're caught in the rejection of one of the parts of your own creation. And finally, you have to not only accept, but appreciate fully your incarnation. Appreciate it all. Depression, what do you know? No. There's depression. That's different than I'm depressed. Now, the psychologist says, watch out, don't dissociate. Don't push it away. Oh, I'm beyond all this. That's phony. You're not beyond it, you're in it, and yet you're not in it. This is where the mind boggles because of the paradoxes of it all. Are you form or are you formless? Both. Are you free or are you lawful determinism? Both. Is it perfect or does it stink? Both. Is there something to do or nothing to do? Both. Can you stretch enough to be in form and not in form at the same time? All the methods, the spiritual methods, whether it's bhakti or gyan or dhyan or meditation or tantra or karma yoga or all the different forms of yoga, all the different forms of meditation, all the different techniques of tai chi, and all of these things are designed to extricate you from the attachments of mind, to let you come up for air to the other part of your being. Every method for it to work is a trap. You get trapped in the method. So you're meditating to quiet your mind and you become a meditator. Are you free? No, I'm not free, but I'm a meditator. And there are people who have been meditators for 40 years. And they got trapped by their method. Because if a method is worth its salt, it's self-destruct. This will self-destruct in 5 seconds. You use it and you come out the other end. And you're beyond method. Most of my audiences, for years, I was saying, get high, let go, relax, come on up and dance, come on out and play. Hey, come on out and play. And they'd all be have their noses pressed against the window. I can't. My mother said I can't. It's too late. And I'm out there bouncing my ball. Come on out and play. And then I saw all these people out in La La Land. And I said, come on, get your act together. Learn your zip code. Get a job. Because you see, they were standing here, then they were standing there, and then they had to come back. You got to come back to complete the circle. From here, you see that it's all unfolding perfectly, and there's nothing to do. And as you look at that perfection includes your humanity and your yearnings and your feelings of heart, of compassion. That's all part of what you see as the perfection. And then you come back and you are comfortable being human because it's all right to be human.
It's a very far out land. You meet people constantly, and they are busy thinking they are who they are, and you have a moral responsibility not to awaken them. You try to, and they'll probably kill you anyway. It's like Plato's cave, where everybody was looking at the shadows on the walls of the cave, and they'd been chained for so long in the cave that they assumed that was reality. And then one man escaped from the cave, and he went out into the sunshine, and he came back and he said, "Hey, everybody, this is all an illusion. This isn't the way it is." And they stoned him to death. You walk into a bank, you walk up to the teller, you look and you see the Divine Mother. If you start to get weird, she'll push the button. She's a teller, don't screw around. I am a teller. I know you, you're the Divine Mother in drag. You're just appearing to be a teller. I see through the veil. Young man, I've never been so insulted in my life. You learn to keep your own confidences. Because you look out and you just see all these souls going through all these journeys they're taking so seriously. They all think it's so real. I mean, will Ram Dass give a good lecture? Or won't he? Will I achieve fame? Will I help people? How poignant he is. How poignant he is. I mean, I'm just a rent-a-Ram Dass, the way I see it. You wind me up and out comes Dharma. I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting inside just enjoying the evening. All this is happening. This is what's known as a happening. In fact, it's all a happening. You're either around for the enjoyment of it happening or you're busy happening. I can't enjoy it, I'm busy happening. People are afraid if they don't take themselves seriously, it'll all fall apart. The funny thing is that when you don't, it's like the statement, truth waits for eyes unclouded by longing. Or the other one, quietness is master of the deed. Well, here's the best one, I think. Out of emptiness arises compassion. See, you think compassion comes out of that emotional and caring and pity and empathy and all that stuff. You're afraid to let it go for fear you won't be human. And then you start to empty your mind and empty your mind. A couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, I went to Rangoon, Burma for some meditation in a monastery. Because I realized that what I was trapped in was my own mind. And how do you get out of your own mind? You can't stop it. And each thought comes along and says, think me, I'm real. And if you try to extricate yourself from that one's got you. It's all like sticky stuff. And that's why in the West we started to think cogito ergo sum. You start to think you are your thoughts. But once you understand that isn't the way it is, then you start to look for disciplines to get you out of it. So I found a really simple, no-nonsense discipline. It was in Buddhism, and I'm a Jewish, Christian, Hindu, but I'll take anything, it'll work. So I went to Burma. There were 800 Burmese and 5 of us Westerners. Some of you may know some of my fellow students, Joseph Goldstein and Sharon Salzberg. We'd start every morning at 3 a.m. and meditate until 11 p.m. You had a meal at 5 a.m., a meal at 11:30 a.m. All the rest of the time you took only water. The meditation consisted of following the rising and falling of the muscle in your abdomen that moves with each breath. Rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling. 3 in the morning until 11 at night, 7 days a week, 4 hours of sleep, 2 meals. You look at nobody, you talk to nobody. Once a day, except once a day, you see your teacher for 5 minutes. You walk in and you say, I wish to report on my meditation. He looks up and he says, yes. And you say, I was following the rising and falling of my breath. I brought my awareness to the rising. I noted it as a rising. I brought my awareness to the falling. I noted it as falling. The arising had the quality of buoyancy, of coolness. The falling had density, contraction. After about 2 minutes, I became aware of the sound of a bird. I noted it as listening. Did you notice the bird on a rising or a falling breath? I didn't notice. Please try to do better. Did you awaken this morning on a rising or a falling breath? I didn't notice. Be more alert. You're dismissed. Day after day. And your mind, every time you start to follow your breath, like the center of a flower, your mind goes, whoop. I mean, I was able to have 7 hours sexual fantasies. Uninterrupted. So there's nobody to talk to. And every now and then I think I'm supposed to be following my breath. I'll screw that. I'd look holy, see, I'd sit there like this. And if anybody looked into my cell, they'd say, boy, isn't he? He's really doing it. But after a week or two, you run out of that too. I mean, you begin to see the slimy nature of your own mind. It's so incredible how devious you are. So you start to follow your breath, and then you say, well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm following my breath. See, there's a thought. I just took you. Yeah, right. I'm doing pretty good. By a few more weeks, and I'll be in line. Bring your awareness back to the rising and falling. And there's no way to hide, because one of the things you do when you report in is you say, in the last 24 hours, I have done sitting meditation for 11 hours and walking meditation for so many hours. And you can't lie because you took a vow of truth. So that you can't go into the bathroom and have, some free time. Because you got to make it up for it during sleeping hours. Because if you do less than the full thing, it raises an eyebrow. And this is what you hired for. And he's not doing this with you. You're a volunteer. You went there. You may hate him, but that's part of just another thought. And finally, at first, the rising and falling is like some kind of prison. And your mind keeps wanting to go there and there and there. And then something flips and you realize the mind is, the breath is who I am. All the rest of this stuff is just thoughts that are grabbing me. And you start to quiet into the breath until pretty soon all the thoughts are like little teeny bugs around the light. They're all out here at the periphery. You can see each one saying, think me, I'm real, think me. Your back hurts, you're hungry, you should be going home. That's, stuff like that, it's all around. And it doesn't matter because you're just rising, falling, rise. And then you're still
I am following rising, I am following falling. It's just another thought. Keep going in. The only thought you're left with is rising and falling. The only thing is the movement. Until that's all there is, and you aren't. Because the whole set of balls you've been juggling of who I am has just lost its power to control you, and all there is the breath. And that is the beginning of the journey from that tradition's point of view. Because then your mind has become so concentrated, it becomes like a laser beam, and it starts to penetrate into the universe. And you start to see, because your awareness gets out of time, and you start to see things in a very different way. For example, you'll see something coming at you, which is just light and dark and whatever you're seeing. And then you've experienced your mind going out and conceptualizing it and saying hand. See, at this moment, if I hold this up, you see hand. You almost can't be innocent enough to see what you saw as a baby before you learned the term hand. And you return to that place where you can see your mind grab the universe and keep making something out of it. And you come back to the pot where it's all possible again, because your mind hasn't narrowed all the possibility. And the penetration goes deeper and deeper until you see the changing nature of everything. And you see that everything isn't solid, it's just a lot of changing stuff. And you directly experience it. Buddha said, don't just study it and think about it, do it, experience it. Interesting thing happened. I was sitting in there, I had been there 2 months, and I was getting really subtle, as you can imagine. I mean, I no longer cared about anything. And a telegram arrived. All the first month, I was dreaming that a telegram would arrive and I could escape. By the second month, I didn't even want the telegram to come, and then it came. And it reported that my stepmother had cancer. She's going to undergo surgery. My father is very old. My stepmother was considerably younger. She was taking care of my father. I got the telegram, and immediately I thought, I've got to go home. I took the telegram to my teacher. I showed it to him. He said, I would recommend you not go. He said, you're at a very subtle stage of your development now. If you really want to relieve the suffering of others, you have to relieve your own suffering first. Somebody that's caught in quicksand cannot free enough. She'll be taken care of. If you go now to try to take care of her suffering out of your feelings you're having now, you will not be able to free her or anybody else, really. You're getting really close. Why don't you stay on and continue to work? You can hear what he's saying. I can hear it. I heard it perfectly, and I said to him, I've got to go home. And we both saw the poignancy of my predicament. That in addition to being a seeker after truth, I am also a Jewish middle-class boy with a family that needs it. It's my karma. And I couldn't deny it. And I went from sitting in the monastery in the cell for 17 hours a day, alone, for months. Within 3 days of flying, I was in the intensive care ward with doctors and nurses and machines and my mind was so quiet that a doctor would come in the room who thought he was a doctor. And I just see another awareness rising, rising, falling. And very slowly, that intensive care ward, all the nurses and doctors started to get so soft. And they just started to hang around. They were so happy doing it. And I thought, whatever I'm bringing back, it's certainly catchy. See, I had an experience. This is a funny one. I had an experience many years before. It was my parents' 40th wedding anniversary. And my mother was already sick with cancer. And this was going to be perhaps their last anniversary. It was on January 1st, their wedding. They got married New Year's Day. The night before, Tim and I and Ralph Metzer and a group of us had a New Year's Eve gathering around the fire with very large doses of LSD. And I had timed it a little wrong because the family gathering was a brunch the next day. And there was no night, of course. We were all just making love by the fire. And in the morning, when I looked in the mirror, I wasn't there. I went to shave, and there was no face. And I thought, I think I'm in trouble. So I didn't want to scare myself, so I closed my eyes and I shaved like this, because I knew I'd scare myself. And then I got in the car to drive to my brother's, and the steering wheel kept turning into a snake, and all the people spoke foreign languages. You could tell by looking at their mouths, and I didn't know where I was. I didn't even know who my brother was, but don't scare yourself. You know where you're going. Just do it. So I got to my brother's house, and I went in the house, and there were my grandmother, my parents, my nieces, and nephews. They all looked very simian. They all looked like monkeys then. My grandmother was up in a tree scratching herself, and all the different members of the family were just sort of sitting around looking all alike. They all looked exactly the same. And we sat down at brunch. And I was wearing sunglasses. And they all figured it was New Year's Eve the night before. You're hungover. Yes, I'm hungover. Don't talk too loud. You know, I did the whole number. They didn't know I was drugged. And I don't know about other Jewish families, but in our family, love is expressed in a very bizarre way. There's this kind of cutting sarcasm. So I was sitting opposite my brother, and he looked over at me. I was a psychologist at Harvard. And he said, well, how's the nut business? And I saw an arrow come out of his mouth and come across the table. And I psychically reached up, and I took the arrow, and I put it down next to my spoon. And I said to him, gee, Bill, your kids are looking beautiful these days. They're really growing wonderfully. I sent this heart out of my mouth, and it went across. And I saw a look of confusion on his face. And then he said, well, you certainly, on your wisdom, you don't seem to be growing any more hair. Another arrow came out of his mouth. I took the arrow, I put it down next to the other one. I said, Bill, you and Helen are looking younger all the time. It's just incredible. You really look successful and wonderful. It's a good-looking suit. Heart when you cry. Confusion. That afternoon, I can't tell you what happened because, of course, I was drunk, but in the afternoon, all the family were sitting around in chairs, huddling, holding each other. The kids were on the laps. Everybody was quiet and content. We got out on the street. Nobody could get in their cars to go away. I thought, well, it all looks beautiful to me, but how would I know? Because you know how I am, what state I'm in. So I'll wait and listen. And the next day, there were all these people calling and saying, isn't our family beautiful? Wasn't that an extraordinary day? Wasn't that unusual? And I realized that the minute I was open and felt safe enough to be loving in the presence of the world just the way it was all free to change. That I was no longer in a reactive reaction, in reacting to it. I was responding to it instead of reacting to it. Can you hear that one? Yes, no? Yeah. And
same in the intensive care ward. So I started to take care of my stepmother, take care of my father. Now, I could have had the model of, if it weren't for them, I'd be getting enlightened. A lot of people come up to me and say, if I didn't have children, I could meditate. They're saying exactly that. But I had learned my lesson, and I realized that it was through my karma that I would become free, not in spite of it. And so I started to take care of my stepmother and be with my father and help my father. And I watched the way in which my mind, just as I'm following the breath, getting my father up. He gets on the walker, walking into the bathroom. Lift, push, place. Lift, push, place. Toileting, wiping. I watched my mind. Each day that I'd wake him up and take him to the bathroom, I'd be on a different trip. I'd be on the young man serving his father trip. I'd be on the taking care of this old man trip. I'd be on the I'm going to help my father spiritually awaken trip. I'd be on the humor trip, full of jokes. Each day I watched my mind grab and become somebody doing something. But the quietness inside kept making me let go and let go and let go until there was just good morning, blood pressure, sitting up, walking, toileting, bathing, dressing. We were just right here. He was quiet. He was here all the time. He was letting me go through all my nonsense. He was just right here. And slowly I got here. Just in the moment, in the movement, brushing his bridge. Not thinking I'm brushing his bridge. Not thinking, aren't I good to be brushing his bridge? And I began to see that it was a perfect upaya. It was a perfect spiritual practice. It was as good as breathing in and breathing out. Brushing bridge, back and forth, back. Now giving bridge back. And each thing became perfect in what it was. And I started to get so quiet and go into bliss and rapture. No, bliss, rapture. Brushing bridge, brushing bridge. It gets so clean and simple and present. And I was in ecstasy, and my brother Billy said to me, gee, Rich, it's really good of you to be taking care of Dad. Meaning he didn't want to do it. See, I milked it for what I could. I said, well, Bill, somebody's got to do it. You think I was going to tell him that I was in ecstasy? I mean, what kind of a fantasy is that? He's 50 years old, he's living at home taking care of his father. Poor guy. Poor guy. That was what was on the plate in front of me. People say, I want to help the suffering, so I'm going to go to India. And they leave a scene that is such a mess to go relieve suffering. Suffering's right in front of you. And as compassion arises out of emptiness, the quieter you get, the quieter I got in Nepal, the more it felt, I looked out and I felt the nature of the way it was all related. And I was much more in the space where your suffering is my suffering, because if my hand is on the fire, the other hand will pull it out. This hand doesn't say thank you, because it's all one being. It's interesting, we go up and we say we're all one, we're all sisters and brothers, and then we come down and say, but it's my television set. And you learn how to keep those together. As they say in Islam, trust in God, but tie your camel. Gandhi said, I'll read it to you. He said, God demands nothing less than complete self-surrender as the price for the only freedom, real freedom, that is worth having. And when a person thus loses, I'll use herself, she immediately finds herself in the service of all that lives. It becomes her delight and recreation. She is a new person, never weary of spending herself in the service of God's creation. It's interesting that as you extricate yourself from identification with your own I want, I need my space, am I getting enough? What's in it for me? I'm growing old, all that stuff. And you're quiet. The whole universe is what you are part of. And then the suffering, you just move towards relieving. You become an instrument of it. You're not even busy doing it anymore because that's just another thought. It's as if you have turned into a compassionate heart, the compassionate heart of the Christ. Not the romantic heart, not the pitying heart, not the empathizing heart, the heart. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. You and I have a spontaneous generosity of heart. We have the entire source within us, and that source is safe, and it loves, and it reaches out, and you say, my heart goes out to you. The intellect, in the service of our separateness, says, watch out, don't give away the storm to the heart. And your intellect is constantly holding you back. Your heart is constantly doing this. When you realize who you are, that you are free, that you're safe, what can anybody do to you? That's what Christ said. What can you do to me? Shame me, go ahead. Think you got me? Oh, you think it's my body? Go ahead, nail me up. You think you got me? That isn't who I am either. I mean, he made a statement that was very bizarre. It was very far out. He said, look, I am not my body and I'm not my personality and you can't get me. And you can see the meaning of that. The minute you bought what he did and said that's true, that was a true act, the minute that opens your faith in the possibility that you aren't who you think you are immediately free from suffering. Because from then on, all the suffering becomes a clue to you of where you're holding, and it's a clue to help you with your work. See, when you want to get high, you want to stay away from suffering. You want to go into a cave and get high by yourself. People bring me down. I'm not going to New York. It brings me down. I hate cities. They bring me down. I can be high in the country. I can be high with you, but he brings me down. Casper Weinberger really brings me down. But as long as your high pushes away anything, you are not free and you're frightened. Because the city will bring you down. Casper will get you. And then you get to the point where you realize that anything that brings you down is your problem. It's a clue to your work on yourself. When somebody is a complete stinker, If you get caught in their stinkerness, it's your problem. And instead of constantly saying, you know, I love you, but I'd love you better if you put your smelly socks in the hamper. That's like looking at oak trees and pine trees and saying, you're great, but it would be better, pine, if you were an oak. Funny, with humans, we're constantly judging each other. Finally, you understand that the stuff that turns you off in the world is your models in your head. And you can finally, somebody rips you off. Okay. You'll be better at tying your camel the next time. But if you get angry and judgmental of that person, their mind caught you. You want to get to the point where they're all doing what they're doing. You allow people to incarnate the way they incarnate. You don't sit around judging them. You just appreciate them. And if something gets you, some suffering, like you get cancer or AIDS and you're suffering. I work with AIDS patients. Somebody's young, they're full of life, they're full of it, and suddenly they've got AIDS, and they're facing death and sickness and sores and pain and ugh. It's very seductive. It's hard not to get caught in the drama. How do we help another human being? By not reinforcing the drama. In order not to reinforce the drama, you can't be identified with your own drama. If I sit down with somebody with AIDS and I think I'm helping them, forget it. They're now somebody that needs to be helped. When actually, you here, I'm here. You have an interesting incarnation this time. It includes AIDS. It's extraordinary that when your mind is quiet enough and you're present enough, somebody else can get loose from their suffering if they're ready. You have no moral right to take away their suffering. If the Jewish mother wants to sit in the dark, that's her choice. But you can become an environment so spacious that anybody can get free around you that's ready. That's why you work on yourself. That's what help you offer. You work on yourself through everything in your life, and when something catches you, it's a good chance to work on yourself. When somebody gets you angry, it's just the guru in drag who's come to show you your stash of clinging of mind. Okay, that's a clue I'm supposed to stop. When babies cry, I was told.
Building garages since 1959, with more than 100,000 garages under the belt, Ganleaks has the experience needed to make your garage a reality. Hurry, $6,500 off and soon. Call now.
I get this. Anyway, that's why I came up late. What's up?
I wish they would have asked Jimmy and Chelsea if they were together currently. I feel like we were wrong. I wanted more Chelsea and Jimmy convo and questions. Something. One spotlight
They
fishy.
3 weeks ago they were just friends, and now they're dating. They are together.
Remember the shirt?
Oh man,
Remember these pants? These are the pants you dumped me in.
This is the jacket I dumped you in.
Oh. You excited for this?
We're gonna do each other's makeup.
Yeah. I'm nervous for you.
Right now, I'll be honest with you. All I do is brush my teeth, watch, go to bed.
Do you ever use these? They're the patches for your pimples. They're
I put one
amazing.
on this morning and basically eliminated
I know,
the
right?
ones that I had
It's
running
the
through my
best.
eyeballs.
Some eye cream. Have you ever used that before? What about being so tired from staying up all night from this traumatic experience that we've been going through? What made you want to sign up for it? Let's start with that.
It just allowed me to build a relationship with someone that loves me for who I am and, you know, just build an emotional connection without seeing what that person looks like.
So do you think you found that? I'm going to put some serum on you and you're going to love it. Isn't that nice?
What? That feels great.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's cooling.
Wow.
I feel hydrated.
I know you were really nervous during the whole experiment about certain things that you really didn't want to talk about.
There's a lot of insecurities that I deal with. I mean, we all do, right? But what I've learned through it is there's a ton of personal growth, you know?
Oh, for sure.
So, you know, I've always cared what people thought of me a lot.
Yeah.
But coming to do a freaking makeup shoot with you is also breaking down some more boundaries, you know?
This is what you need to be using every day, okay?
Okay.
Moisturizer, my boy.
Where was I going with that? What are you telling me?
Let's talk about the friend situation. Like, why were you so uncomfortable about that to begin with?
It came from a place of me caring about my friends.
Of course, and I
That's-
care about my friends as well, but we were about to get married.
It didn't mean I didn't care about you.
Yeah,
It meant
that's what it
that
felt like.
I know, and I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
You wanted to talk to me about it. I felt it was a little disrespectful in the fashion you brought it up.
But that was an issue I had in our relationship. That was our biggest issue, you know, so the going out thing.
Oh my goodness.
It-
I know it's a piece of it.
It's a huge piece of it. I'm trying to get married to you. We had 3 weeks to realize if we were getting married.
I know. Is it wrong of me to think I should be able to go have a drink with,
I
with
mean,
the fellas?
it's not the fellas. It was the girlfriends a lot of the time.
Okay. Well, the idea that you wanted me to step back from having girlfriends is fair.
It wasn't the fact that you had girlfriends that was the issue for me. It was the lack of respect and the lack of boundaries. And I'm over here like, I have friends too, my boy. Like, I have friends. I have a life. I have 2 jobs. But my whole life was you. Put this on your lips too.
It's kind of
My perspective of it is like gripping onto our relationship and really going in on everything. You were thinking I was clingy because I was making you dinner, making you lunch. Like I was up your ass because I was trying to show you the kind of wife I could be to you, right?
Yeah.
All right. This setting spray is so good. Stay all night microfine setting spray. This is literally what I wear when I go out all the time. So you should start incorporating it into your going out routine. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Close your mouth. Isn't that nice? Yeah.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah. I highlighted all of my favorite parts of you.
Aw.
And made you blush
Good.
even more. You look great.
Thank you.
Like always.
My turn?
Okay, so we're
Where
gonna
do I
start with
start?
Power Grip Primer. This is just very clingy like me. It really clings your makeup onto your face. I didn't think I was clingy. I really didn't. Rub it in.
Then all over your face?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah. You trust me? I wouldn't.
I did.
I feel like I put sunblock on my toddler. Come here.
Do you have kids?
Ooh, the camo cream. I hear this is good stuff.
Okay.
All my girlfriends love it.
That's fine.
Oh, stop. I'm just messing.
It was funny the one time.
Okay, You gotta help me. I don't know what I'm
You're
doing.
doing great, sweetie. Come on.
Ah,
You can use a brush or something if you'd like.
I need your help. Okay.
What was your most favorite thing about the experience?
Meeting you. Your patience with me through all of it was my favorite part. You're that was a lot. Oops. Yeah, you were great. Like, this is right up your alley. I actually notice your makeup looks great every time.
Thank
so I'm
you.
sorry you're having that.
I always felt my best because I always made sure to feel my best and make sure I felt good. So I wasn't secure in our relationship. It wasn't that I wasn't secure with myself. I was just insecure in where we were.
Yeah. Wait, you're so pretty.
I said we haven't been this close in a while.
We haven't.
We're gonna fix this, and we're gonna fix it with some contour, and we're gonna add a little darker. Okay, so why don't we do the darker shade of Halo? There you go. Okay.
You got a big attitude.
I got a big attitude. This is not news to me. You're sassy.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're hard-headed.
You're hard-headed.
I know, but you are too. So double whammy. We've been hanging out a lot. You've been my support system. You've been really helping me through this crazy journey.
Yeah, I got your back. We didn't have the ending we wanted, but you're a great person. You're a great friend. And I still love my time I spent with you, even though we're not together like that.
Yeah.
I still love you to death.
That's normal for us, I think.
Yeah.
I think you're a good person. I'm a good person. So of course we're gonna, want to hang out more.
I like being able to show our baby. Smile for me.
Oh. You did not. Who taught you that? Someone's cooked here.
Okay. I was.
Great. It's great. Now, why don't you just grab that one?
Which one?
I'm not the other one, but that one's good.
This one?
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
The little one?
That's good. This one.
Big guy.
Yeah. So just kind of go in there. Yeah. I don't think anybody saw even a portion of how fun we were together and how amazing. We had such a beautiful story.
Aww.
We did. You don't think so?
We did.
We did.
Your blush. It's cute. You're No, we had great chemistry. I wish more people saw why we were sticking together so much.
Yeah. And while we were
That
fighting.
was good. You can't tell me.
You did great.
Oh.
I hate when you say that. Aww.
I did good.
You did. All right, so this is the Halo Glow setting powder. So we use a lot of this. I do. I cake myself in this. I take a bath in it.
Really?
Yeah, literally. See how shiny I am? It's okay. We can.
Look like you ate a bunch of powdered donuts. You look phenomenal. Shut up.
Since the experiment ends, what's your outlook on love now? They keep blatting while you're talking. I need all the help I can get.
I might need a second to think about that. Being vulnerable leads you to good people, and the people that care to be around you and pick you up when you're vulnerable, there's the people I want in my life. And so the ability to really put myself out there has changed how I do everything, not just relationship-wise.
Yeah. Going through the experiment, finding someone, falling in love with someone, having that amazing connection with someone, moving in together, and then having a breakup and having to heal from it physically, mentally, doing all the work on yourself to make yourself better, and then having to relive it. It's that's the most crazy situation is reliving it.
Yeah.
Reliving our situation and reliving us.
Yeah. I need to I feel like I'm just now going through that breakup, although it was a year ago at this point. And so it's weird. I can't fathom getting into another relationship right now. I need to re-heal again, even though I spent the last 10 months healing. I don't know if you feel that same way, but
Totally, yeah. Okay, so let's move on to eyeshadow. Okay, so do we stick with my safe zone? This is my comfort zone? Or do we stick to the theme of what we've been doing? Or where I get out of my comfort zone?
blue.
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 Please.
Wolf. Okay. You're doing great.
You got some on your eyebrows.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay. You look beautiful. Is this a date?
You're Greggy. If we just met in the real world in a bar, I feel like we would have worked. We would have crushed it because we are so good together.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
If I met you at a bar, easy.
Yeah.
Sauce. I would have. You told me I'm not the typical type you go for,
Mm-hmm.
but if we met at a bar, I think things would have been the exact same.
I think we just gravitate to each other no matter what. We obviously couldn't stay away from each other for what? It was like 6 months maybe.
Yeah.
And we were just gravitating towards each other. And, a lot of people are asking if we'd ever get back together and revisit that. And I always say never because we do. We had such a good connection and such a good bond that, I would totally, yeah.
You totally would.
Okay.
This is your eyelashes?
Yeah.
Okay, and I brush upwards.
Yeah, but don't come in that hot, my boy.
Okay.
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 I'm just gonna guide you. Good job. This is amazing. Okay. So yeah.
If you were to change anything that happened during the experiment, what would you change?
I definitely would have obviously handled our conflicts very differently. I would have heard you out. I wish I took the time to really, really, really listen to you rather than instantly thinking my feelings are valid. I'm in the right.
Yeah.
I wasn't hearing what you were telling me.
Right.
And that wasn't fair.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I think, in the heat of argument, I was throwing things at you that you didn't deserve. I think there's 1,000 ways to have said everything that I told you in a nicer way. It takes a level of maturity for me to step back and put myself in your shoes. You're 10 days, 2 weeks away from marrying me, and that probably triggered a lot of things for you. And so
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I think a piece of me was like, why did you sign up for this?
Yeah.
I'm balls ablazing, ready to get married. I'm gun ho for you. And
Yeah,
you weren't ready.
All right.
Okay.
Lip Reviver? Glow Reviver.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, super cool.
This will hide any taquito blemishes.
Wow.
I said this. I'm like, you need to give me a little bit of grace there. I was literally mumbling
All
for
right,
2 episodes.
Let's go.
You didn't give me any grace.
I'm giving you grace. You know why? I'm giving you grace because out of everyone in the world, we went through the experience together. We're the only people who knows our story. You were, and to this day, right now, are my comfort.
Yeah, I'm glad I can be your comfort, but I'm after watching myself, I'm seeing how much I was reiterating how much I love you, and even today, it still hurts my feelings a bit to know that you don't think I was ready for that.
Yeah, your words weren't matching your actions.
When we laid our head down tonight, or every night, tonight, when we laid our head down at night when we were in the experiment, every bit of those conversations was exactly what I want in a wife.
Yeah,
and then things changed on camera a bit.
Okay, I love you with my whole heart. I'll always love you, but I'm tired of the feelings. I don't want to cry anymore. I've done that enough. Okay.
Trust me. I think it looks great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. That's it. Well, you really done butchered that.
Love you.
All right, I don't have my wings here, but I still have my wings, so I'm gonna fly the elf on out of here. So.
Hey.
All your favorite brands are now at Petco. And at great low prices. Petco, the health and wellness company.